getting them towards what an argument is. And because I think the teams that I'm looking through are really good at coming up with what they want to do with moving forward, but it's the argument based I think they're going to need help with. So if we can start moving people toward their game rooms right now. Chad, it's good to see you online. How are things going?
Going good, Joe.
Hey, it's that's great. We had you, David. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we have him in the UN or EU? Chad, actually, as I look, we have you in EU.
Because that's the one's highlighted, so it makes sense.
Yes. So if you could go there and just help them, and then we'll talk later about anything else we need. So just go and introduce yourself and things like that, and then we'll chat later.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, gentlemen, Travis Price contacted me. His invite expired. He's on the team EU.
David, can you get him and put him in Team EU?
I guess he can't even get into the Discord, so he needs a link or something.
We could probably send him a link also. David, if David's still online, we can have David or Jeff send him a link to the
I don't
Discord.
see David. Is Peter there? Could Peter do that? Hey, Peter, are you there? Yeah. Oh, you're juggling. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Do you have the technology ability to help that gentleman? I'm not sure that I have. I guess I don't know that I have permissions. That's I'm unaware that I do. Okay. So okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let me do that. Okay. And let's see. Okay, I got the link here. You figure out now who. Okay, how about let's see here. A minute. Okay, now who was the gentleman that couldn't get into the?
This is Woody. Travis Prince is the person that can't get in.
Travis Prince, and where's he at right now?
He's not even in Discord.
He's not. Oh, okay. Do you happen to have an email or something that I can?
Yeah, stand by.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to need to sign up for Discord, and that's okay. He can get it started here. Okay.
It's T Prince at tridium.com. That's Tango, Romeo, India, Delta, Echo, Uniform, Mike.com.
Okay, let me read that back to you. T Prince at Tango, Romeo, India, Echo, Uniform, Mike.com.
No, there's a Tango, Romeo, India, Delta. Echo, Uniform,
okay, got it. Okay, got it. Let me hit him up with if you got comms with him, just let him know it's coming here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this room is now being recorded. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hey, gentlemen, this is Joe Grecian. If you want to go into any of the rooms just to be a fly on the wall and listen to what's going on, feel free to. I can't jump from room to room because if I do, I'll lose this room because I'm the one that's broadcasting. But if you guys want to go and just see what's going on in the rooms, feel free.
All right, Joe, I think I got the UN team squared away with at least what an argument looks like. I think they're the ones who are working with Major Moss. Which
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Did you explain to them that they should probably form themselves into like a delegation?
No, I did not. I'll go do that.
Okay.
I told him what to do. It's not very often I get to tell the UN what to do. Hey.
To be fair, the UN doesn't listen and they don't give out good advice, right? I have an advisor behind me that said that's rude.
Rude does not mean untrue. All right. It looks like there are a couple of technical issues, microphone problems, things like that. But most teams are working the problem, and a little bit of getting used to Discord. Oh, what's the text channel I'm supposed to be in? What's the audio channel I'm supposed to be in? Things like that. Which actually kind of sounds to me like a fairly normal situation of every conference call ever.
I agree. I'm going back and through to the chat channels and seeing everything going through. It is interesting. And then I just went to Team USA, and when I see Team USA do the hashtag Team US, it actually sounds pretty funny to see it when you see it and somebody writing it down.
Yeah, but I think it does work to actually take you like to link you to a text channel. Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, David, we got 2 minutes. And then, well, there'll be a slight intro, and then you are the man.
Sounds good. I'm going to refill my water quick and hop back in my chair.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be pretty humorous. Might be, well, when is that not normal? You could just start off with that.
Okay, guys. Hey, Dave. Hey, Joe and Dave. The Team USA is fixing to jump in here right now.
Okay, everyone should be, and you guys saw the 5-minute warnings I was pushing out?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, everyone should be jumping in right now. If you could, Jeff, you could start jumping in other rooms and just telling them to get out and get in here.
Okay. I'm watching people drop out of team rooms right now. Looks like rush is coming.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies, I think we're waiting for Team China to get into the room. I just sent a note to Dr. McKnight, who hopefully saw the note. So
China's cheating already, Joe. That's bullshit.
Are we surprised? It's just part of what we expect. Chad, oh, looks like they're starting to come in. Okay. Dr. McKnight, I'd like to thank you and your team for coming in 2 minutes late. I think that's probably done on purpose.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, of course.
So Jeff, I'd like to hand it over to you and then hand it over to whoever's going to start this, and then we can get going.
Jeff is muted, if that makes a difference.
I was testing everyone to see if you realized I was muted, and by gosh, you passed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff. I'm 64. I have a moment or two every once in a while. Welcome to the game. On behalf, the Fight Club is very happy to host this today. It's our real privilege to work with the Army Strategists Association to put this on this afternoon. Joe, Dave, Peter Robbins, and others have done a really amazing job getting this set up. I'm going to shut up and turn the microphone over to Ken Gleinman here real quickly. So I'm going back on mute.
Thanks, Jeff. I only have a few brief words to say. I'm Ken Gleinman. I'm the president of the Army Strategists Association and a retired Army strategist. I'm also a professor at Arizona State University's Future Security Initiative. The Army Strategists Association is doing this after a survey of our members and our community, and recognizing that Army strategists, because of all the time they spend doing other things, they don't always have the time, or mainly the time, but to engage in war games and better understand how to use war games in the work that they do. Army strategists work in every combatant command, all across the Department of Defense and the interagency and every major Army command. And they're right at the level where especially matrix war games can be important in developing and understanding strategy. So we wanted to start doing this more, and we've partnered with Fight Club, who is what a community of great folks. And so this is the first one that we are doing online, and I'm really excited about it. But of course, some of you I know are new to the Discord platform, including me. But I really want to thank all of you for coming out today to do this. Also, I do want to say and thank the students and faculty from Arizona State University. We originally wanted to have, we figured, well, let's bring some students in, and we offered it and figured maybe 5 or so. Well, we have about 18, just under 20 students and faculty say, hey, no, I really want to join this. We're interested in wargaming and matrix war games too. So a lot of them have joined us here today. So thanks to everybody. Be patient, and I really think this is going to be a great event. I'll kick it over to, I think, Dave Runyon next.
Thanks, everybody. It's good to be with you today. Joe Cretion and I co-designed this First Contact Matrix game this past summer, and I am really excited to be facilitating it with you today. If you do run into any issues, technical or gameplay wise, please feel free to hit up your team Sherpas, or if they can't get you the answer that you need, please tag one of us. I think I will be doing most of the voice work today, and Joe will be handling our board and live feed of the game state. But both of us have some answers if you have some questions. Without further ado, I will jump in to our scenario here. 1 month ago, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, using the James Webb Telescope, discovered an unidentified object just inside the Oort Cloud. The Oort Cloud is a shell of icy bodies that surround our solar system. 100,000 AU, astronomical units, or about 9,300,000,000 miles, or 1.87 light years from Earth. Within 2 days of initial detection of the object, NASA contacted SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and the European Space Agency, ESA. Upon review of the data, SETI set the Rio scale to 3, identifying the object as of minor interest. In the following 4 weeks, NASA, ESA, and SETI monitored the object and witnessed unusual movement patterns that are not consistent with comets, asteroids, or any other known space objects. By the end of those 4 weeks, SETI changed the Rio scale for the object to 6, or noteworthy. In those 4 weeks, the two agencies worked around the clock to review data, discuss implications, and identify a way ahead. Also, within those 4 weeks, the heads of states for all nations were sent information on the object. 48 hours ago, SETI changed the Rio scale to 10, or extraordinary, when the object stopped moving and remained in place while emitting a signal that carried the binary coding for the words, "We come in peace." After 48 hours, the object began a trajectory that would intercept Earth. At its current speed, NASA estimates that the object would reach Earth in just under 3 years. In contrast, it would take NASA's fastest spacecraft over 30,000 years to reach the Oort Cloud. We will now proceed into gameplay. We'll give you, Joe, did you want to reveal that event card now, or did you want to save that for the next round?
Let's go ahead and display it now. But
All
when
right.
they go in to do their message, they can have this. I'm going to remove it now. So let me know if you can see it.
I can see it. A small group of SETI scientists push a theory of grabby aliens that gains steam in social media. However, with the global control of panic at a reasonable level, SETI confirms that that it is a theory they've discussed, but places the chances of this being the case at less than 0.1%. And there is a small modifier to the next information-based action coming from the UN. The next action that we have is 10 minutes of discussion for our teams. I'll give you 10 minutes. We'll return at 12:20. Your teams should be composing a message that you might want to send to the aliens, the unidentified object. Currently, only the USA and the European Union have the capability to send a message at this time. So we'll give you 10 minutes in your team rooms to think about a message that you would like to send. You can collaborate on these messages with other teams. So if you need to send a message to somebody else, let them know. All right, reconvene back here at 12:20.
David, that was well done.
Thank you.
Just
I should've-
listening to you read the scenario, it sounded really good the way you did it. So I thought it was fascinating. I was listening to it going, man, that sounds cool.
We should make a game about this, Joe. It's so gripping.
Yeah, it's just gripping. So David, when they come back in, so I think the way we do the message is if they have a message, the team that gives the message just gives the message during their turn, unless you want to have them give it during the actual, like, okay, what's the message?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask them for the message when they came back, and then put them into 15 minutes of planning.
Okay, you're
for
right.
their-
Yeah,
For
yeah,
their
you're
first.
right. I'm jumping. Yep, yep. I would like to. I'm taking. I'm gonna. If we had like a small betting pool on the side, the chance of them coming with a message, I think, is low.
Yeah, when we ran the playtest, that was uh, really strange to see how hard that was. Uh, and I
Yeah.
think having this many people, it'll be even harder.
Well, I think the problem when you get a bunch of military together, everyone's being told words have meaning, and so they look at every word in a sentence and they dissect that one word, and it's fascinating to watch because you're talking about an alien. I mean, probably a culture that's probably listening to everything that they transmit. So every email that's going through, they probably see everything, but yet we can't get a message out because we don't know if we want to put humanity or Earth. So it's interesting to watch.
hmm Speaking of a culture that hears everything, I think this roundtable channel is being recorded. So if we have anything that we need to keep private just for XCon, we do have the XCon channel that we can step into.
Correct.
Oh, awesome. Are the aliens on Cromwell's side or the royalists? Sure, why not?
So David, I just went into one of the rooms and I saw one of the teams put up a link to the Rio Scale. So from an educational standpoint, just seeing just the learning, and this team's learning. These guys are all here. They're going to fight and they're going to win. But the ability to learn from a game like this, because someone who didn't even understand, didn't even know what a Rio Scale was, and they're now looking it up. It's fascinating just to go through the chat channels and see what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we try to capture everything. Dave's really good at this Discord stuff. I'm not very good. And then we'll have Jeff. We'll make sure we try and capture everything.
Just as we can anyway. Great, thank you. I was just looking down the list of audio rooms and seeing the way that they're handling their conversations is interesting. EU, everybody's muted except for one or two folks who are talking. The UN and China, both everybody's mic is hot, um, and Russia seems to be sort of blinking on and off as different people take turns. So just that. So yeah, everybody's taken maybe a slightly different approach here, which is interesting to see.
Well, and that's what you'd absolutely expect to see in a group this large with so many different dynamic people.
Yeah. One other thing that we might want to flag, for the teams don't have any way to contact each other to say we want to chat, except sending their Sherpa folks. And I think the UN does not have an active Sherpa. It looks like John's in there now, but he may not be reliably there. So if somebody wants to talk to the UN, they may have to go to the UN. Or actually, no, they don't even have a way to talk to the UN.
They must, because there are teams in the conference room 1 right now.
That is Russia and China. But yeah, so we may want to just flag that when folks come in. If you want to contact another team, send your Sherpa over to them because they can move in between.
That's a good point. We'll put that out before we send them back out on their next, before we send them to their next negotiation session.
Yeah. If the UN wants to reach out to somebody, they may have to flag one of us to send a message to somebody else, which kind of sounds like how the UN needs to work.
We may need 3 and 4. Like I just saw team, so I think people are doing it already. John just went to Team UN and said that China wants to meet them in conference room 2. But they've got 1 minute to come back, so I think they're all running out of time now.
Okay.
This is going to be interesting because they just got into conference room 2, and this just shows that they need to make decisions quicker and faster. I'm going to put a 1 minute warning out to everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been. Hey, David, you want to jump into their chat rooms and start telling them to get in, that they need to start populating the roundtable?
Yep, several are coming in.
Yep.
I got everybody heading back in. Give just a second. All right.
Okay.
Looks
So,
like everybody's here.
so David, I would have The only two teams that can do it, I would only ask those two if they've got the ability to send a message.
Yep. And our player order has the U.S. going first. United States, do you have a message that you would like to send to this unidentified object?
So for the United States, I guess I'll speak. We do have a message that we would like to send. Do you want me to type it in the chat, or would you like me to just state it here?
Either one is good.
In Chinese, please.
I will state it here in English, and you can use your interpreters to interpret it. But I'll state it, and then I'll type it, and the typed one will be the official.
All right. Up in the first contact main channel?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Or up in the roundtable channel. I'm sorry. Which one should I use?
First contact main for text. Roundtable is audio.
Main. Okay. First contact main. Let me just see if I can get to that. I see it here. First contact main. Okay. All right. So to those who said we come in peace, we are the United States of America, representing the people of Earth. We also have only peaceful intentions. Sorry, I have to get the rest of it. We also have peaceful intentions and want to understand more about you. In the interest of safety, please remain, and I have to state the distance. We're asking them to keep a distance from Earth. And I think that was it. That was all we were going to say at this point. And I'll type in that full message.
Thank you.
Anybody from the U.S. team want to add, or did I forget something? Okay, nothing heard.
Great. European Union, you have the ability to send a message. What message would you send, if any?
Yeah, ours would be we come in peace, but we cautioning that we would like to discuss that we want to discuss with the UN first. So we're saying, we come in peace. However, stand by. We are going to give you a message agreed upon by the greater UN, stressing the need for a UN-like agreement on this matter. And then right afterwards, we then try to convene a meeting of the heads of the states of the UN, basically. A secret meeting, should be clear, because the public doesn't know about the aliens yet, so I would just first tell the heads of state.
Right. Thank you. That desire has been expressed, and I see it there in the notes. When it comes around to the team turns, that's something for each national team to consider. Would you participate? How would you respond? And something that the EU will need to work out with the UN. How are you going to carry that forward? All right. The next action here is 15 minutes of planning with your teams. If you need to do any negotiation, I know a couple teams were doing some negotiation when I called you back. If you need to do negotiations, reach out. Your Sherpas should be able to contact those other teams, drop into those text channels and let them know which meeting room you want to meet in. And I think we have expanded our conference center to 4 conference rooms, so you can pick whichever one is vacant at the time. Remember that those are open to all players, so just be cognizant of that, so you don't let any secrets slip. 15 minutes.
David,
Yes,
if I
Joe.
may?
Yeah.
So when you come back with your arguments, if your argument is to hold a diplomatic meeting with another team, state where that meeting's going to take place, or where you're suggesting the meeting takes place. That's all I have, David.
And that is both where on Earth and which conference room on Discord. So the practical and the fictional. All right. My clock shows 12:27. I'll give you 15 minutes. So that'll take you to 12:42. Reconvene back here at the round table. Good catch, Peter. Thank you.
You know, I'd like to say English is my second language, but it's not. It's my first.
Klaatu Barada Nikto.
I thought both messages to the UAC were very good in their own way. I thought the US message had intent, and I thought the EU message of, hey, we just want to wait to bring in a message before we can get to the UN. I thought that actually, I think they both lent themselves to what I think both those organizations would have done.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how China and Russia are going to respond to the US saying they represent the people of Earth. And I see in the first contact main channel that China has lodged an objection.
Wow. That was quick. I mean, so I watched, because you saw, I just put the message up on the screen. And as soon as I did, I just saw objection coming from China.
For future runs of this game, we may want to encourage people to put their team in their nickname, so it's easier to tell who belongs to which country.
Yeah, that's a good point. And same with us for our team name should identify a role.
Yeah.
Like where you see John McKnight, it should be John McKnight, Sherpa.
Yeah. And that might be easier to configure on a separate server because every team has a color, but the Fight Club server colors override the first contact role colors. But something to think about.
Yeah, the UN did not, I mean, the EU did not put what they said on anywhere, so I can't copy and paste it and put it anywhere.
I'll type it in
I like what, so
best
did you
I
see what Team UN took a picture of the screen, took a screen capture, and they've got the map in their room now.
Smart. Oh yeah, we were going to put a screenshot of that into the main room.
I think, honestly, when I think of it now, I think that's when you think of things in the military specifically, having an operational picture is one of the things we try to harp on a lot. But it's something that we can't always say we have, particularly in a contested environment. I actually like the idea of them having to come up with their own operational picture.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Team USA has an oops, I overheard something in their channel.
Okay, we have both messages on this splash slide, just for anyone if they come back to the room, all they're going to see is the message that was sent. If the USA is sharing information that I'm not sure how they would have had. That's awesome.
I accidentally stepped into the wrong conference room.
They're going to realize that the 15 minutes goes by fast. So Peter, they do the Army War College, they do an event, and it's called ISNI. It's International Strategic Crisis Negotiation Exercise, in which this is where I got the negotiation 15-minute period. They allow students to go. It's a frozen conflict. So they're like Nagorno-Karabakh, and their goal is each team is trying to solve this unsolvable problem. And so they've got to go to each of these rooms and negotiate with each of these countries. And it's fascinating watching the young students try to solve things that leaders around the world can't solve.
I have a buddy who teaches a leadership course at Fort Indiantown Gap for National Guard sergeants, and they have a negotiation segment in their class too. Theirs is much smaller in scope. I think one guy portrays a tribal chief or an Afghan head of a clan sort of thing, and the other guy has to negotiate with him to get supplies or to negotiate over some kind of damages, something like that. And I've seen some really interesting stuff coming out of that course.
Well, it's a great course. Negotiation's not easy. The best negotiation I ever saw was Russia was told they had to go negotiate with a team because there are certain things you have to go to within this program. So they walked in, sat down, stood up, and left. It was just, to me, that was a great negotiation technique. They knew they didn't want to be there, but they had to for reasons we had in the mechanic of the game. And they're like, okay, we're good. And they just left.
Check. That's so Russian.
I just kind of wanted to check and see what you guys' impression was of how everything's going. Are there things that we can do a little bit differently thus far to make this a better evolution?
Steven, is it Steven or Steve?
Steven, I'm good with either.
Okay, so I think it's actually going very well. We've been jumping back and forth between the channels and watching what the teams are doing. I think if there's anything that needs to be changed, it's probably on the mechanics between me and David, because it's just different when you're doing it on Discord as opposed to being live. We realized we didn't have enough conference rooms. That was one thing we realized right away, and thankfully Peter was able to just build them right on the fly. I think another thing that may be needed is a better way for the teams to try to schedule meetings and negotiations with themselves between other teams, almost like an invitation app that they can send something to the teams. Hey, we'd like to invite you to conference room 2. Right now, we're bridging that gap by having our Sherpas go back and forth between the rooms, but it should be between the two teams that are trying to, because we don't have teams that are allowed to go into other team rooms. David, if you see anything else.
Okay. Yeah, Dave's probably busy doing other stuff because he's he's multitasking.
He is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little familiar because Georgetown Wargaming Society uses Discord. They started using it during the COVID, and so and so uh, yeah, I'm not really as familiar with it as Peter is, but I'm wondering if there's. But yeah, yeah, you may actually have to do some training though on how to do that. But we could. That's yeah. We probably ought to do because that's already built into the system.
So another option would be with teams these large. I've never seen, this is the largest I've ever seen a Matrix game, and I probably just haven't been around long enough. But we had enough people. We probably could have told the teams to identify a communications person, somebody whose job is you're the person that's going to be the ambassador that breaches, and we give that person access to the other rooms. And those teams need to understand that, hey, that person that just popped in your room is from China. So it gives them you got to be aware about who's coming into your room then.
Yeah, it's you make them whoever like in a game like this, there's your diplomat.
Yes. Yeah. Your diplomat, whoever your diplomat is, they can go between rooms. You've got to understand who that diplomat is that you're allowing into your room.
Right.
So I did just create a first contact ambassador role that we can assign to one person from each team and let them access the different text channels, and then kind of see. Yeah, go.
Yeah, actually, that would work, and I've seen that at Georgetown where they've done something like that. That's the equivalent of either sending things out via press or you know. So just out of curiosity, from the logistics standpoint, Dave, how I know it's pretty quick, but to set up something when you're done with this, you gets all torn down. Okay, how long does it take to rebuild again? I mean, for a game like this,
I have probably put in 12 to 20 hours on getting this set up and configured, including getting roles assigned for each player. So it's
okay,
a day or two work time.
It's not a insubstantial lift.
Right.
Okay. So do you can you leave like a template set up on Discord that where
I'm not
like
not sure. That would make it a lot easier.
yeah, I mean if you had a template and then you just turned off or on various rooms as you needed. And the reason I'm asking is because we be doing this more. Other
Okay,
game
gentlemen, we've got everyone should be coming back into the room now. It's 12:42. I'm gonna remove this sign that's on the.
Peter, just as you're taking notes, thinking about doing this, because I think we're going to have a board meeting here coming up that maybe that you can come in and give us your impressions on some of the logistic angles of this.
Hey Jeff, can you go and scare out the other people that we're still waiting for? No surprise, China's always the last one to come in.
There's still a good number of folks in USA and conference room 3 too.
Got a UN General Assembly going on in there.
Joe, I dropped into all those different rooms and let them know to get in.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, we're waiting for. We've got almost the entire UN team and China team we're waiting for.
So I posted notes in each of the team rooms. If your team has a foreign minister or an ambassador, please let me know in that team room so that I can give them the new ambassador role, and they'll be able to access a channel called Embassy so that you can request meetings with other factions a little bit more easily. And no surprise, the UN has reported back that of their whole player team, they've got 4 ambassadors.
Okay, so David, I think if they're not, we start the first round at 12:47, regardless of which teams are not in. Consequences matter.
Roger that.
Concur.
We've got at least some reps from each country into the roundtable room, so we'll proceed. Coming into our first action rounds of the game, US has the first action. I'll give you 8 minutes to make your arguments, and then we'll move on to each of the other teams in turn for any support or rebuttal that they have. And then I will decide what that role needs to be, and we'll keep moving. All right, United States. What do you
Okay.
got?
Well, I guess I'm the spokesman for the United States. So the United States is going to continue to communicate with the UAC. We will do this in very close consultation with the UN. I mean, sorry, with the EU. We will also be sharing information with the UN. We want to keep this the construction of the communications and the receiving of communications very very close hold. We don't want information getting out that could cause a panic. So we'll do this in close collaboration with the EU because we have existing security arrangements with them, and then we will also share with a small group at the UN, particularly we propose the Security Council, what our messages to the UAC are. We will do this at a set time in advance. We're proposing 24 to 48 hours before we send them, and we will allow for feedback and and thoughts on the messages we send. But we want to be very careful about the reception of information and controlling this information of what we send because there's just so much that we don't know here. But through the UN, countries will be able to provide feedback on the messages that we send. I want to turn it over to members of my team in case I missed anything there. Okay, nothing heard. I think I'll leave it at that then.
Very good. Just to confirm, I understand the United States would like to continue to communicate with the UAC, coordinating this with the EU and sharing information with the UN. You do intend to keep this information close and secure, but you will solicit feedback from other partner nations with a 1 to 2 day lead time for feedback. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, and again, deferring to other members of the U.S. team, did I articulate that correctly?
That is correct.
Yep.
All right, very good. 1 minute to the UN for any response, counter argument, support.
Okay. I will jump in as the UN. So understanding and acknowledging the US and the EU's ability to be the ones that can actually communicate at this point, we feel that it is imperative that the rest of the world is also kind of tied into this. And so we firmly request that all communiques, once drafted, do go through the UN, specifically the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, working in close coordination with the UN Security Council, so that we can tie in everybody's arguments. And I'll turn it over to my fellow ambassadors if they had any thing to add to that.
With so much of
This
the
is a-
representation here on the UN Security Council, the permanent members, there is a forum and a basis for both the construction and submission of communications, again, through the two conduits that we do have. And we are willing to support that. I know we have been reached out to by a number of delegates, and I believe this is in keeping with the general consensus here. Anybody have anything to add from the UN side?
There's a request
All
to
right.
convene a council through the UN. So turn that to the moderator. It's link up in Geneva for heads of state for the UN Security Council, and that would be in game. That'd be conference room for a 5-minute special session to discuss the messaging that John talked about the world messaging through the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs. So request the moderators a special session, which would be a 5-minute time block in Geneva.
Thank you. Understood. Moving on to the European Union, you have 1 minute for response to the U.S. action.
Yeah, we do take a bit of an issue with that because the ESA, the European Space Agency, is the one that is the recognized lead space agency on Earth, and it speaks for multiple countries. We ask that it's the ESA that we extend the time from 1 to 2 days to something probably longer. And we're hoping also maybe to have the ESA sort of take the lead on this. Is there anything else for my team?
Yep, I'm reading from some of the things that we put together here. The ESA taking the lead is more of a vocal point and a center point. We're looking for actually launching some sort of probe or developing some sort of probe that can meet this unidentified object outside of the atmosphere, probably outside of the lunar orbit as well.
Thank you.
Financing
ESA, your time is up. I'm sorry, but I expect to hear this in the EU's turn fleshed out a little bit more.
Okay.
China, your response to the U.S. action.
We oppose United States taking a primary role with any delay in communication to other representative nations who all hold at least a equal stake in this first contact.
All right, very good.
And we concur with the idea of the meeting in Geneva.
Yes. Also, for further communications, we'd postulate that a representative, both for inbound and outbound communications from each representative nation, be present for real-time communications. In other words, there's not a back channel between the aliens and the United States.
Thank you. Russia, 1 minute response to the U.S. action.
We wholeheartedly protest and oppose the action. We feel that the capability to communicate does not entitle, representation for our country. In fact, what we will do if we are denied the ability to communicate with the aliens directly is, as first possible technological opportunity, we will be sending them a welcoming message with coordinates to land and unlimited resources at our disposal to contribute to them free of cost for whatever they care to transfer back to us. And we will not be sharing it with the rest of the world. End of message.
Very good, thank you. All right, United States, you've heard the responses from the other nations. I understand. Well, before I give a modifier for your action, how do you respond to the UN proposal for a breakout session in Geneva? Is that something the U.S. would be willing to entertain?
I think we would, as long as we continue to speak with one voice to the UAC, and because we are the ones that have responded already, we'll do the meeting in Geneva. But we would very much insist that, as a condition of doing that meeting in Geneva, that we continue to be the ones to send and receive the messages with the alien culture.
All right. Thank you. Hearing a number of protests from other nations and seeing that this action looks like a diplomacy chit is used on the board, I'm going to ask you to roll a 2d6 -1 for success. And you can do that in the first contact main channel using /roll, the word ROLL, and then the space 2d6 -1. That should work.
Okay. Say that again.
Hey, David, it's not going to be -1 because it'll be 2 day. You started success at a 7, so now it's success at a 6. So he's still just rolling 2d6. He just needs to roll higher than a 6, or actually it'll be because it's a
Higher than
-1, higher than an 8.
8 or better. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct,
who's
Craig.
ro-
Chris, that's exactly what you need to write.
Or if you'd prefer, I can throw the dice.
Sure.
All right.
Let's self-identify all the Discord nerds on the server here.
All right. I rolled a 5. -1 is a 4. This initiative, you have no international partners taking you up on this. If you're going to proceed, you're going to need additional negotiations. However, it does sound like there is widespread buy-in for this meeting in Geneva. So I will give you that 5-minute block at the end of this round. So after the other 4 teams have had their thing, I will give you that opportunity for a conference. Joe, do we have momentum chits available?
Yes, it's on the board now.
Okay. Great, thank you. So I'd like to give that momentum to the USA for a future diplomatic thing. If they can continue to keep these channels open, then there's an increased chance of future success. Right. It looks like we're moving to the UN turn. 8 minutes for an argument. When you're ready.
All right, right back at it. Okay, so based on the conversations we've had and the arguments heard previously, we still maintain that the United Nations, as a representative of the entire all the countries that are part of the United Nations, which includes and expands well beyond the European Unions as their and the space agency that the countries there represent, still feel that the United Nations should have the collective voice and decision-making authority for what we are communicating with this UAC. This ensures that any communications are not driven solely by those states with the technological and scientific power to do so now. Um, Especially given that the timeline of the arrival of the craft, other nations may change in stature. If we start out with a precedent of any individual nation just immediately communicating their own whims, as other nations develop the ability to communicate, they could also send conflicting messages, uh, placing greater strain on international relations and increasing the likelihood for conflict here on Earth. So we still maintain that communication should come through, be decided on by the collective nations through the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, obviously in close coordination with the UN Security Council, given that their role in historic diplomacy around the world. Biding my time to the rest of my team here if they've got anything to add.
Nothing follows. Back to the facilitator.
All right, thank you very much. I'll move into responses from other nations. USA, you have a 1-minute response.
Am I responding specifically to that?
Yes, responding to the UN's proposed action.
And I'm sorry, the UN's proposed action is what again? Very quickly, I do. All I got was that they're proposing that we go through the UN space office. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, our position is that our communications with the UAC will be shared. We said through the UN Security Council, but we don't see a reason why that we could not share the responses through the space office as well. That makes perfect sense to us. And again, along the same timeline we were proposing before. We're also willing to expand that timeline for greater feedback.
Very good. Next up, EU response.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, we just want to emphasize we support the UN as the lead for messaging from Earth and offer the ESA as the conduit. We also want to invite other nations for the planning of this mission, with the International Space Station and other stuff. Is there anything else my team would like to elaborate on?
EU, this is Joe Creation, co-facilitator. So with your argument, so you're suggesting EU may want to do something in conjunction. Are you willing to use your resources or any of your dime chits to support the UN proposal? Over.
I mean, I'd say so. I'll take the initiative on this. Yeah, absolutely. We want to absolutely we invite other nations to join us, but we absolutely want to commit ourselves to this idea that it should be the UN who plans these things and the ESA is the conduit. We'll use DI and E with science.
UN
Also, to be
acknowledges.
clear, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris. Chris, I'll go after you. Go ahead.
It wasn't me. Nothing to add.
Okay, I thought I saw you. I can.
Did someone say something?
That was
Yeah, I
me
think I
from
doubled with someone
EU
else.
team. Sorry, EU team.
Go for it.
We're just going to emphasize ESA wants to conduct a first contact meeting, good faith diplomatic meeting with the UAC in space when they get here in 3 years. Like to invite nations. ESA is the lead space agency of Earth. So inviting all other stakeholders take part in this mission representation makes sense to do that, to make contact with them, not on the planet over.
Very good. It's my understanding that EU is putting forth at least 3 resource chits, D, I, and E. Did I miss one or miscount?
No, I don't think so. I think we're good.
I think
D, I,
originally
and
he said S also, but I guess I would need an explanation, David, for how they're using the S in this particular action.
All right, let's keep it at the D, I, and E unless you really want to push that that S aspect, in which case I'd need a little bit more information.
Wait, what do you want?
D, I, and E, that's the chits we'll use.
Okay, very good. China, a response to the UN's proposal that comms should go through the UN, specifically the Office of Outer Space Affairs.
This may be a game moderator question. In terms of going through the Office of Space Affairs, how does that differentiate from the general purpose of the Security Council?
That's a good question. In this case, I would expect that the UN office has more specialized personnel to manage space type missions. In that office, where the Security Council has a lot higher profile, but not necessarily the scientific expertise.
And with regards to veto power?
The I am open to additional information from others. So
the UN Security Council, the veto power still stands. If there's a veto, then I mean, I think a lot of us understand what that means, and we understand that there are 3 active nations within this game that are on the Security Council and have the ability to veto.
All right. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. If China maintains a Security Council veto on these matters, I believe we would then support it and would provide 1 diplomatic chit in the process.
Yes, you still maintain your veto powers. And you said diplomatic chit?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good, thank you. Anything further from China on this? Okay, we'll move to the Russian response to the UN proposal.
Well, we agree in principle with the proposal. However, we have not had the opportunity to confer with the EU. We've requested repeatedly communications, but have not had the opportunity. Perhaps after having the opportunity to communicate with the EU directly, we could offer a more definitive response. Should we decide to go in the direction of the proposal, we will be willing to offer 1 diplomatic jet.
Can I make a quick comment? We've had technical difficulties, like in Discord, trying to get into contact with Russia. Apologies.
Well, given the context of the game structure and where we are in round 1, perhaps we could discuss that now with the time accorded.
I mean, yeah, it's like a Discord matter, literally a Discord matter, like joining chats and stuff.
We would like to entertain some direct communication that would allow us to send a direct message through the ESA as an alternative proposal to the UN's proposal. If you should be so willing, we would put a chit from each one of the Dime's contacts behind it towards the EU.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, I think the next time we go to our teams, we're going to try to work out being able to talk with you. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be need for using the chips. I think we literally just need to talk via Discord.
Well, just trying to make it worth your while and express the urgency.
Yeah, no, it is urgent. Sorry to be breaking the 4th wall. Yeah, we will.
All right. Given the arguments that I've heard, it sounds like there's widespread support, including multiple chits in play. The EU is willing to put D, I, and E chits. China is willing to put in a diplomatic chit, and there's a chance that Russia would support this diplomatically as well. Still sort of yet to be determined. But with widespread global support, I'm going to give this a +2 to the roll. UN, would you like to roll, or would you prefer that I roll?
Already rolled a 8.
All right. Excellent. That is a successful action. So it is decided that communications will be composed and routed through the United Nations, specifically the United Nations Office of Outer Space Stuff.
One note, without the support and the chits provided, this would have been a failure.
Yes, that's correct. It was the chits in play that swayed that from just shy of success to just over the line.
UN also had a +1 for the Gravity alien predictions and how they handled it.
Yes, excellent. Thank you for that reminder. So that was at a +3.
A gameplay question: how do we use our other chits on things that we might not want to be made public of?
Yes, if you would like to make a secret action, that's something that we can discuss. Our thought was that as a group of relatively professional wargamers, that we can discuss those in the open, but then understand that that information is confidential and play as if we did not have knowledge of that information. If you have something that you really, really need to keep secret, we can discuss that in your team rooms. The facilitators do have the ability to step into those audio rooms, and we can have a secret conversation there if necessary. Does that answer your
Thanks.
question?
I'm willing to defer to the rest of the team on that. I'm not sure how secret is, but we have a couple chits, as probably do other people, to be fair, that need to be played. Don't want to waste.
All right. If the time comes where you need that secret action, just flag one of us and we can work it out. We are into the EU's turn. So let me grab my timer, and we're looking at 8 minutes for an EU action or proposal.
Yeah, we want to ask U.S. and China for science support. We also want to put in a science chit for sending a probe out.
Probe to the UAC?
UAC is the unidentified.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Anyone in my team wanna? I always want to coordinate with my team. Anyone in my team want to add anything else, or I got it right?
Hey, David, if I might, just for a second, when we make our arguments, when we propose our actions, it would be very helpful for David if, when you propose them, it's my action is going to be a science action, and my task is going to be to launch a probe toward the UAC, and what we'd like to get from this probe is X, 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 and X. So it'll help David as he's trying to articulate the counter arguments going around. And when we make our counter arguments, it's going to be, I believe that EU's probe would be successful in what they expect it to do because of this, and this. Really, when you do the counter arguments, it's to get the facts about why that action would happen or why it would not happen. It's great to say if you support it, but really what David needs is why you think that action would happen. That's where the pluses and minuses come in. Sorry about that, Dave.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. So to follow up on that, tell me more about what you are hoping to accomplish with this probe and the additional information that Joe has recommended.
Yep. Yeah, the point of the probe is to receive more detailed information on the UAC. With all member nations supporting, information will be shared by all.
Very good. All right. Responses from our other nations. United States.
Yes. So our concern about we're prepared to support sending a probe with a science chit, but it has to be conditioned on sending a message to the craft in advance of that. Let me and I'm chatting with my team on the chat here, so forgive me if. Let me just turn it over to other members of the team if they want to make sure I got that right. Alicia or Jennifer?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the United States is prepared to support the EU's probe. We think it's important that we communicate again first so that they don't mistake the intent of the probe. And we think that we should send that communication because we already have established communications so that we don't leave the UAC with the impression of division on Earth. And we'd like to support this with a science chip and a diplomatic chip.
Okay, very good. Over to the UN.
The UN
Argument,
supports the launch of a probe, and we support and emphatically support the messaging should go out prior to the probe's launch so as to deconflict any possible misunderstanding by the UAC. Given that the fact that we have one economic shift that would potentially go towards the building or the more rapid building and launch of the probe, unless there are one additional fact, perhaps we could do identical concurrent messaging from both the US and EU message sites. If this is managed again concurrently and identical messaging, perhaps this would address the Russian concern. I turn my remaining time over to any other member of the UN. Back to the facilitator.
Very good, thank you. China. Any Chinese response to the EU's probe idea?
Hi, this is Ted Bishan. I'm the scientific advisor for China. It is our opinion that any probe launched from the Earth at this point would be too slow to have any significant effect. As was stated in the rules, it would take 30,000 years for our probe to reach the location.
All right, very good, thank you.
So I don't believe that's a supportable action.
Russian response?
We concur with the opinion of the former party that it's a non-actionable response given the distance Though we would like to know from the EU what they hope to gain with the probe that they can't gain through the telescope. They don't have a trajectory. How are they going to see the probe? And what information are they going to gather with their probe?
EU?
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we want to clarify what speed it's moving towards us so we can still get info. But the point of the probe is that it would give us a lot more detailed information, I'd say. Yeah, clearer images. Which is why I'm kind of asking, asking the ether or the moderators, like, can we clarify what speed it's moving towards us?
Yes. Let me grab my calculator and I'll give you a response in just a moment.
Repurposing an existing platform and pushing it out towards the Oort Cloud would provide a sensor package much closer to the UAC. And again, beyond just the optical range, emissions can provide input and inform our further rounds of play. Over.
Would any of that information influence our collective decision whether or not to welcome these visitors?
No, but perhaps it could. Well, I mean, it could influence just details of what we do. I think when we do, it needs to be as definitive and as well thought out as possible, right?
Agreed.
But not overthought.
Not necessarily overthought.
Not to the point of analysis or paralysis by analysis, right?
Yeah.
Hey, to get this moving, David, you don't really need to use a calculator to determine through observation by the U.S. and the EU. The UAC has been able to change its speed at will. You can't really calculate how it's moving because it's able to change its speed to keep you guessing as to its speed and ability.
Meaning that they could be here tomorrow
Correct.
if they wanted to be.
Correct. So you don't right now based off of calculations you determine based off of their their changing speeds and everything that they would be here in 3 years, but they do have the ability to change speed. So it's hard to determine their actual speed. You have like an average speed that puts you at 3 years.
Okay, are we assuming the laws of physics still apply?
The laws of physics
To
based
you,
off
yes.
of whom? Yes, to you, yes, but the laws of physics based off of another culture may be different than what we believe are the laws of physics.
From the Earth launch side, it took the New Horizons probe something like 9 years to travel from Earth to Pluto, which is about 1/3 of the distance from Earth to where this ship is now. So if you launched with today's technology, you could expect about a 27-year transit time to get to where the thing is now. Reduce that by 9 years for every year that this thing travels closer to you, and you're going to meet it roughly not that far away. Even at best.
But every.
So I hear you want to send a nuclear warhead. Is that correct?
So instead of a probe, maybe we just ask them to establish orbit around the moon. And then we send a probe.
All right. To keep this moving, I'm going to say that it is conceivable in the game universe for humans to choose to do something that is useless. So I'll allow for a probe to be to be built unless the EU would like to retract its proposal and retain its chits, or possibly divert them to studying the case of could we meet them somewhere else. So EU, what do you think about that? Knowing that a probe would be ineffective at accomplishing your goal, do you still want to proceed, or do you want to divert that to maybe thinking about a probe?
We are consulting for a second. All right, we're still going for the probe.
All right, still going for the probe. So hearing that the US and the UN would support the construction of a probe to go scan this thing a little bit closer if a prior message is sent, I'm going to give you even odds on this, so no modifier at all. Roll 2d6 and let me know what happens.
Okay, so how do I do slash roll?
Yes.
Roll
Slash roll and then 2d6.
2d6. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
All right. So that project will be attempted, and I would anticipate that with a crash program and the appropriate chits spent, science from the EU and the US, diplomacy from the US, and economic from the UN, that this probe will be launched at the end of this round, and a message will be sent at the speed of light to let them know that you're shooting at something at them, but in peace.
All right.
All right, let's see. So who's up next? It is China's turn up next. 8 minutes on the clock for China. China may be muted.
I think we lost our spokesperson to a Discord issue. So whatever.
Is
In
China
game
caught in
context,
its own hacking?
North Korea. Blame North
All right.
Korea.
Always a smart play. All right, so we've already spent one of our chits to support the UN as the lead communicator. One thing we would like to do is offer the idea of an extensive search of old astronomical data to find out if there is previous information about where this ship came from. And so essentially searching backwards from where we found it or where it first emerged to see if we can gain more information about it. And we also want to procure some commercial space asset time to attempt to monitor it with those assets versus having to launch new material.
All right.
So that would be, so we have already spent one diplomatic chit for the UN. We're going to spend one information chit for the search of astronomical data. And we invite anybody else who wants to participate in that search to join in. And we're going to spend one economic chip on commercial space asset time.
Very good. Can you give me some indication of why you believe that you would be successful in these efforts?
Okay. Well, I mean, we've already been successful with the UN, so we'll skip that one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of astronomical data that perhaps has not been well searched for the information that might be available about this craft that was very far away. And nobody would have been looking for it. So now that we have information about where it was or where it is, we might gain information about where it was by backtracking and looking specifically in that area. particularly if it's old data that was collected and we have new computer resources to dedicate to it. And then the commercial space assets, I assume if I'm willing to spend money, somebody will sell me time on their systems to search. Right, if there are commercial communication satellites or something like that, I would make use of them.
Cool, thank you. Responses from the US. Can China achieve this? Why or why not?
So I'm conferring with the team right now, but right now, we're not going to let U.S. entities share this kind of information, especially any of our commercial entities that work with our military. And I think that's where we stand. I don't know if we can spend a chit or not to oppose them. Is that within the rules of the game? Pardon us, we're kind of new.
Yes, that is allowed.
Let me just get a quick conferring with the team. And would that have to be a particular kind of chit?
You can make the case for various kinds. At first blush, I think that sounds like information or military, possibly economic.
Yeah, I'm going to go with information. The U.S. team quickly on our board. Let me know if you have an objection with us using an information chit to oppose this. Okay, I think we're in agreement. Yes, we'll use an information chit to oppose this this effort, and clearly the reasons are we don't see the need to be sharing our this kind of information assets with the Chinese right now.
Very good. United Nations, a response?
The United Nations, under the auspices of its Office of Outer Space Affairs, makes available the resources, the vast resources of that office to all member nations. This will be made available to China and has continually been available to China, as well as all the other nations of the UN. Matter of fact, unless there is opposition from the UN Council here, we will expend a information chip to counter the US chip, spend to counter the Chinese suggestion. So basically, yeah, the UN will cancel out the US chip. Does anybody else on the UN delegation have a comment? Before I turn it over to the facilitator, basically the UN is committed to open and honest discourse on the UAC. Sharing of information is vital to this. And with this action, this use of a chip, we make that very expressly known. Over.
Very good, thank you. EU response here.
Yeah, will we be getting the information from the Chinese efforts? Just a quick question.
China, are you sharing what you find or keeping it to yourselves?
We would share the information we find from the astronomical data survey, yes.
All right. Yeah, we remain neutral on this. Yeah, that's my statement.
All right. And Russia.
Well, thus far, find the protocol, discourse protocol, to be somewhat reprehensible in its in the continuum of what we could possibly obtain from the aliens without them knowing. Probes, stellar data. Why don't we just ask them? Why don't we develop a list? I have not heard yet a list of questions to be submitted to them on behalf of the denizens of this planet so that we can all know where they're coming from, what their agenda is. And, if it turns out they're lying, then, that's an immediate red flag. We can corroborate the data at that point. But I haven't heard any questions yet. And Russia, as a nation that's willing to host them, right, and provide resources to them, and is fully forward committed to their visiting this planet, we find it very difficult to hear the other parties simply dithering about. Dithering, and a globally historic opportunity, dithering.
Thank you. Just writing dithering in my notes.
Team Russia, did you want to use any of your chits to promote that information? Is that an information campaign you'd want to promote, or is that just something you just want us to understand?
Well, we want the forum to understand because we have, again, as I've mentioned before, trying to reach out to other parties and have found it very difficult to establish a dialogue and are welcoming a dialogue, a constructive dialogue to move forward. We just want our position to be known.
All right, very good. Thank you. Joe, anything else that needs to be clarified here?
No, I think there were good arguments. I think what we need coming forward though is, again, I understand everyone has a position, but will it work or will it work? Does China have the capability, the science capabilities to do an astronomical analysis to determine an origin or anything that we can glean from this UAC as it's coming forward? And so I didn't hear any of that. We didn't hear about the capabilities that China may have. So as we move on, just be better about, do we have capabilities to do the things we're asking everyone to do? Over.
Thank you. That will help me in my moderation, and I think help the other teams to understand what you're trying to accomplish as well. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. So, yes.
Well, speaking on behalf of China, we have vast information resources that we're willing to put behind that analytical effort. Right?
Understood.
And speaking as the UN, there's a vast repository of data that has not been analyzed with respect to exactly how China proposes to do that. There could be elements of information out there within, again, the big sky gets recorded, but doesn't necessarily be analyzed for, again, specifically what China is going to analyze this for.
So I've got the world's fastest supercomputers and somebody offering me data to look at.
That's the kind of information that when you make your arguments, put those types of facts in there. Use all the facts, use all your resources that you think you need to build up this argument so that David has the ability to understand, because the facts are what really run this game.
All right. Understanding China's commercial and economic and computer resources that are available, and the willingness of the UN to share its data, I'm going to give you a +1 on this. You're mostly going it alone, but only the US is going to try to stand in your way. So go ahead and give me a 2 dice with a +1. All right. Natural 8 plus 1.
I got a 9 if I was going to say I got a 9 if nobody saw that.
Yes, thank you. So we are at a success. Check. China's going to start crunching some of this data. You will not have access to American data unless you use a future action or resource to find alternative paths to accessing American data, but you do have access to a significant set of stuff from the UN.
David, with this success, what's the outcome as far as, do you want to give them one round and they'll get some information, or how do you want to play that?
Yes, so I'd deliver that information sometime around the round 1, round 2 break, somewhere in there.
Okay, so
Yes,
China,
thank
that
you.
information is going to come straight to you, and you can share it based off of how you said you were going to share it throughout the world.
Thank you, Joe. That was in my head, but I needed to put that out to the world. Thanks. All right, and moving into the Russian turn. Russia, I'll give you 8 minutes to make your case for whatever actions you want to accomplish.
Well, we would like to invite the European Space Agency through the auspices of the EU to collaborate with us and our space agency with developing a line of communication directly with the aliens and having a laundry list of questions fielded to them, answered by them, and welcoming them, right, to at this time, undisclosed location within Russia, but we have the coordinates already designated. And should the EU choose to work with us, we would disclose all information to the EU that is gained. It doesn't pose any risk to them. The offsite location for the landing zone is in a completely safe location in the Arctic Circle. And my team, if you have any additional comments, certainly welcome you to chime in at this time. If not, then I would propose putting chits behind diplomatic chits, scientific, information, and economic chits behind our proposal to the EU. This goes bilaterally and not through the UN.
Do I respond now?
Of course.
EU is conferring. 1 second.
All right, while we're waiting for an EU response.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you were doing something. I have a response.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So this was. Let me make sure that I'm understanding Russia's proposal before we check through the rest of the teams. An invitation to the ESA to collaborate on establishing a direct LOC to send questions to the aliens and invite them to visit a location in Arctic Russia. Russia would share info with the EU if that partnership is established. Was there an additional portion of the Russian action that I missed?
Yes, there was the issue with resources. We are prepared to fully fund and provide resources, natural resources to this endeavor indefinitely. And we would also be willing to confirm and establish resource projection of natural gas to the EU indefinitely. No sanctions, bilateral treaty through both organizations, indefinite as well.
All right. That sounds like an economic action. Are
Yes.
you putting any chips on
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes, we are.
What kind?
As many as we have left.
So David, up on the board, I have a D, an I, an E, and an S on the board.
DIES. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping track of that. I was not. Okay. Anything else from the Russia team before I look for responses?
Nothing further.
Further. All right. Any comments from Russia about your capabilities for accomplishing this?
Well, we have a whole suite of capabilities. Our issue is direct line communication with the alien party. Should the EU agree to collaborate and we could communicate with them together, then we would be willing to place the entire dime's burden on our shoulders. And this relieves any risk or resource concerns from the EU, while us being willing to share whatever information we find regards to the aliens, either before they get here or after they arrive, including all technological information. We feel it is reprehensible that the US wants to mire this in a security framework and wants to compartmentalize all of the knowledge that is learned to the point where we will never know the truth. This has been done in the past with previous alien contacts and is still today being mired in myth and circumstance. Nobody knows the truth, not even the head of state.
All right. The U.S. has a long history of covering up alien contacts.
Could I respond?
I'll take it through the circle. So a response from the United States.
So the way we understand this proposal is that Russia, the country that is threatened to Europe, is offering nothing, essentially a place to land, in exchange for everything, meaning the ability to communicate and all the possible information that this UAC can give. So we find it hard to understand why the EU would think this is a good deal, and we think that this seriously jeopardizes our military relationship with the EU. The idea that you would share this level of information and allow Russia, behind closed doors, just creates such incredible vulnerability that we can't, we can't condone it. And I think we would be forced to communicate separately with the UAC. If the EU were to do this, we would communicate separately with the UAC, and we would do our own projects to contact and communicate. We recognize that that is dangerous, that we are showing our divisions, but I think at this point we would rather show our divisions than allow Russia to gain access to such valuable information. It just doesn't make sense to us. I'm
right,
going to confirm.
We're moving to the UN. A response: can Russia pull this off?
Can you hear me first off? I switched from an iPad to a computer.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So the UN conditionally supports the Russian proposal, and in light of the fact that Russia will be, doing all of these things, China has also been generally communicative or generally supportive of sharing information, and the EU supports the proposal that Russia has. The UN conditionally supports this, as I said, based off of all of those things. However, our condition is that UN representation will be on the ground in Russia whenever this does happen, and the communications to the UAC flow through the UN in order to continue to support the idea of a unified Earth. I think there's support diplomatically. We would offer 1 or 2 diplomatic ships in support of if Russia were to accept our conditions there.
Before I move on, Russia, would you accept those conditions?
Yes, unconditionally.
Unconditionally accepting the conditions. Fantastic.
And I should say, to clarify from the UN, I just don't know how many diplomatic ships we have left, so 1 would be ideal if we have that.
Okay. Joe, it looks like
Russia
have
would
brought up-
welcome the UN
UN had
irrespective of
1
chip
extra
involvement.
diplomatic token, so I just pushed it on the board.
Great, thank you.
Russia would welcome the UN's involvement irrespective of chip allocation.
Thank you.
But just to be clear, would you be good with the spreading of the information across everyone? Because I know one of the things you wanted was specifically a bilateral agreement with only information sharing between the 2 of us, but we want it with everyone. The UN.
Well, we have not had that discussion yet with the EU. We've been trying to entertain the discussion since almost the inception of the game, but we have not had that communication yet. So an impromptu open forum communication about that issue without having had the time to speak with the EU seems premature. In principle, yes, in principle, but we have not had discussions with the EU and would like to have that context upon which we can better understand our position, since we would be essentially funding everything.
All right. Yeah, we would like to have that conversation too.
Could the Russian ambassador hop in the embassy chat too, just so we can coordinate some of that stuff as well?
I may not have gotten all of the ambassador roles assigned yet. So you may not have the capability to do that yet. If you punch the Russian ambassador's name or put up a hand or something in your Team Russia chat, I will make sure that that capability gets added shortly. An EU response to this action. We've already heard a little bit, but I'll give you a minute.
I mean, yeah. I think that we agree to the idea. We're gonna have to mat it out with our ambassadors, and we are working towards that. Trust me. So, because we want to emphasize, we like the idea of obviously working together, but we also want to emphasize the importance of international cooperation, not just bilateral, but multilateral, and specifically through the UN. And so we will definitely work with that on that.
Okay, thank you. And China. A response?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Pass.
From a Security Council standpoint, hello?
But you're good, China. Keep going. Someone thought that they heard you say pass, but you didn't.
No. We do not pass. In fact, we would, from a Security Council standpoint, veto the concept of any landing within Russia.
China, I'm not hearing.
Hello,
Hey,
can you
David,
hear me?
China is broadcasting. I can hear them. David, can you hear me?
Oh. Yes, I can. I can hear you, Joe. I cannot hear China.
Okay, so I will relay what China just said. If I get this incorrect, China, I'm going to start with the first part, and then you can continue, and I'll relay. China is going to veto this action by Russia as part of the Security Council. Is that correct, China?
Yes, that's correct. Further, we are prepared to place negative chits to virtually any amount to prevent such an action to take place.
Okay, David, so they're going to spend all their remaining resources, which I would say a D, an I, and an E, to counter any messaging that's coming out of Russia for this type of action.
All right.
Now, I understand
Does
some
Russia
can't
have a
hear
say?
me. The justification would be human history.
Russia does not
Advanced
get a
technology is
response to
always
China's
crushed the
response.
less advanced.
That'll come through. You've made your argument, and I will.
Hey, David, China is now going to try to. They're going to give their why they would do this. I'll try to relay it as best I can. Go ahead, China.
China recognizes that through the entire course of human history, all more advanced civilizations destroy, corrupt, and otherwise dismantle civilizations it has encountered of lower technology.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
David, what China is saying is based on historical references, any superior technology or we'll go with this, any society has conquered and destroyed everything in their wake. And that's just me paraphrasing. Go ahead, China.
I did get the tech issue figured out, so John, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, okay, great. I would say our justification in terms of capacity, looking at the chits that have been that we're willing to expend, that we're capable of stopping these actions on the basis of our
And
economic
I think China
prowess.
has a mill chip left too.
I heard we might have a mill chip, is that correct?
You do have a mill chip, but I didn't put it up there. I would need it really explained how you're going to use your military as a resource to counter this action by Russia. So I would actually need to have it explained. I'm sure David would also. That's why I didn't put it up there. But I will put it
China
up
has
there.
also proposed a couple of secret actions involving chips.
David, I would propose that, I mean, for this secret action, if there's something out there that they want to use for the military, we just have it come out now, but no other team can use that information as an argument or an action if it's successful.
Okay, and because we had some audio issues and I cut in and cut out a little bit, can I get a confirmation on which chits are in play on this turn, please?
You have a B, I, and an E that are definite, but I really need an N. What's the M? How you're going to use an M?
Okay, I'll start in order. Justification of diplomatic should be pretty self-explanatory. We would expend that to encourage the EU in terms of trade to not accept Russia's proposal, and we're prepared to provide the EU and or the US steep incentives in terms of trade. From an information standpoint, we are looking forward to leveraging the capacity as has been demonstrated, both in terms of our espionage capabilities as well as misinformation capabilities against Russia. And the military initiative, our justification is also such that the Chinese military engages regularly in both espionage and misinformation campaigns, and thus has a prior demonstrated capability of not just infiltrating the US and EU, but a historical capability of leveraging its espionage and misinformation capabilities within Russia. And I do recognize that I got a message from John McKnight. This would be less whatever secret chits had been set aside, and I apologize for the audio issues.
All right.
Military threats now, eh?
Which chits did China want to set aside for that secret action? We'll have to rewind and take that, but I don't want to roll those into the ruling for this if you need them for something else.
David, I think that's their military. I'll pull it off, but I think he already gave up what that secret was when he said espionage.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So I'm seeing I'm seeing the diplomatic effort in the UN, the economic offer to offset the Russian economic incentives. You'll offer beneficial trade to the US or the EU if they don't do the thing that Russia wants, and information to possibly disrupt Russian actions here, and military, also the espionage and disinformation capability to disrupt or counter the Russian action. Is that correct, China?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. So I need to hear a little bit from the EU at some point, not necessarily now. You can have some negotiation time. We're going to go into that break between the rounds pretty soon. EU, would you like to discuss this with Russia between the rounds, or do you want to respond now about whether you would take them up on this this invitation to collaborate?
We certainly would want to discuss it with them in like the side chats, I guess, like with ambassadors.
All right, then I am going to say we do not need a role on this. This is an offer of cooperation directly with another player team. So we'll take that into a private conversation, keeping in mind that chips have been spent or at least allocated. So we're going to have to hash this out and then possibly have some impact on the rest of the world, depending on that decision.
There's a contingency that needs to be resolved before we go into that discussion on behalf of Russia and the EU. Can you do a roll on the probability of establishing multilateral treaties with all UN members outside of the UN so that Security Council can't block it? Should Russia and the EU agree on a cooperative setting, and we want to push forward against what the Security Council may offer?
So a treaty sort of end run around a UN Security Council veto. What are the odds on that?
Yes, and not to circumvent the intent of the UN. The intent is clear. It is to circumvent the vetoes of the Security Council.
Right.
The UN has a problem with this, obviously. You would not support this type of initiative and work to counter it.
Right. I'll
David,
take
I think what we should do, we should bring the facilitators together for a minute after when we go to break, and we will be those. We will role play those entities, and we'll come up with our own role, and we'll let you know what the results are at the first of the next turn.
Good suggestion. Sounds good to me. All right. So we had allocated a 5-minute meeting for a conversation in Geneva about messaging. That was agreed on the American turn, and we can have our facilitator conference while that's happening. Does that sound good, Joe?
Absolutely. At that time, also, what we'll also do is, if there was a message return from the UAC, because I know there are questions, we will push it out into whoever they sent it to's team room.
Yep. We've got a fair amount of facilitator work to handle in between this break. So I'll send.
Actually, David, there's a good question. Does the UN know about Russia's attempt to set up a separate treaty? Russia, were you making this known? Or are you doing this around the UN?
he was trying to unmute there. Well, we're not extremely interested in doing it and run around anyone. What we would like to do, and our intent, is to have direct communication with the alien representatives. We would like to be able to have our questions answered, and our agenda is to host them. And we would be, as mentioned before, willing to make resources available to whatever extent is required. Now, we would like to collaborate, but we're not interested in trying to figure out protocol, decorum, and dithering to an endless degree of talk, which the UN is known for, and get bogged down in bureaucratic process, right? We have some time, but we don't know how fast to be here. And if maybe we were to send them a message that we're prepared to host them, they would arrive very quickly.
So you'll do it if you have to, but you'd rather collaborate.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Dave. David, I think we can start moving them out to their groups to start working on their message. I think while we reset our chits, they get 10 minutes to get together right now.
We had agreed on 5 minutes in Geneva, but I think we can have longer time allocated for that.
Okay. No, 5 minutes should be plenty.
All right. We'll give them 5 minutes in Geneva.
And is that just going to take place in this chat room?
If everybody
No.
wants to be there, but we had
We
said
need
conference
to-
room 4.
Yeah, because we need to reset the room for the second round.
Good copy.
Can we get a 5-minute recess to confer with our respective teams?
Yeah, I concur.
Yes, you'll have planning time as well. So
Well, I think, David, what they'd like to do is they'd like to confer with their team before they go and start talking about the messaging. So maybe maybe we do 10 minutes, and then at the back end of that, the last 5 minutes is when they're meeting in Geneva. But that also allows the other teams to still meet with each other on other issues.
okay, 5-minute team time, 5 minutes Geneva in conference 4. Yes? All right, and that we'll say 2:15 for teams and 2:20 Geneva. And facilitators will meet in our XCon secret room.
Hey guys.
Hey, that went well.
Well, that's interesting. I think we now know everybody's hand in terms of what priorities are. I didn't see a role in terms of messaging the aliens in terms of landing in Russia, which means I think the veto play worked. All right.
The other thing I didn't see, and maybe and like I said, I'm just an observer. I'm not trying. I'm more interested in trying to facilitate future games, but I didn't see a lot of out of the box thinking. It seemed there was some.
Yeah, I'm trying to get everyone to come back to the round table. They went up to the exercise control. I can't go there because of the map. So I'm trying to bring everybody back so we can discuss the roundabout. And you gentlemen I'd like to have you in here anyway, because I think your opinions matter. So I'm trying to just get everybody back here for this. But I agree. I don't think there's a lot of outside the box, unique thinking going on. And I'm hoping we get to more of that.
So it looks like the people are starting to move out of the exercise control. Yeah, there we go. I think Jeff got him out.
Did you need him back here?
Yeah, let's do it here because I don't want to shut down the map. And the people who need to be here are here anyway, David. So I actually like the idea of Russia trying to do the roundabout, and that there's a way for the UN to get, or for China's veto to not have as much power as I think it is. I would think giving it like a 70% chance of success would be, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, not knowing a lot about how the UN Security Council works, but that's just my thought on this. And anyone else? Because you guys are probably a lot smarter than me on this. Chad, I know you work at the War College. You may have seen stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, kind of weird, but I mean, I like how they're kind of moving ahead because UN, yeah, the UN and Russia, and because I know what they're trying to get at, so I got nothing against it. It's just they can argue it through.
Ashley, your thoughts?
I mean, UN veto can obviously stop anything officially going through the UN, but I tend to agree that if Russia can wheel and deal outside the UN, they can still probably get to in-state. It just requires more disparate negotiations and kind of bargaining with all those outside entities. So, yeah, I think it's absolutely feasible to go around the UN and still get to in-state. I just think it's more difficult. Over.
Okay, so what about you, John?
I think it's a good play. I don't think the question was answered on, are they keeping it a secret from the UN? And I think we may need to mod them into maybe giving kind of a answer on, are they doing this in secret, a little bit more defined? And if they're not willing to commit to that, it may become a mod role on, does the UN Council, does this get leaked to the UN Council, or does this action just happen separately between embassies and they have a conceded effort to keep it secret? I think that's kind of the critical element for this one.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying to do it in secret.
Yeah, I think they'd rather not do it in secret.
That's my impression as well.
Then that's what I'll take back to Team UN when I jump back to the channel.
John McKnight, since I forgot we have two Johns. John McKnight, what are your thoughts?
I don't think he's in the.
Okay.
I don't think he's in here.
Okay. Jeff?
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, Team USA, if they play their cards right, if they just think it through, figure out who their centers of influence are to gain their objectives and ensure that their red lines aren't crossed, it doesn't matter in the end, as I see it. So I'm not opposed.
Okay. Let's do it a 50-50 chance, David, if you want to roll the dice.
Sure.
Okay, well, he's rolling dice. I've done the random player order. Player order is going to be China, EU, US, Russia, UN. I've also raised the global control of panic to -1 because nobody through that round did anything to assure the public that they were doing the right thing.
Agreed completely.
So I moved it up because nobody talked about the public.
Yeah.
Yep.
My thought was that if this Russian initiative went through, that would be a consequence of this action. My role was a successful coin toss to say whatever the success looked like there. But definitely global control of panic is going to drop off of that.
Okay. So what you rolled a 6.
Yeah.
So okay, you're just doing one. So they succeeded. So so then if China vetoes, which they still can veto, there's going to be pushback from the rest of the UN Council. Is that correct?
Or the rest of the UN, others are going to be.
The rest of the UN.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those nations are going to generally support at least the basic initiative. They would like to interview these aliens, and they are okay with Russia partnering with the EU to make this happen. Like, this makes sense to the non-aligned league and the rest of the UN. Maybe the EU is going to be thinking about it more closely, and the US is going to bluster, and China is going to freak out. But that's my general sense here.
Yes,
Okay.
Russia, Sherpa, Ashley, are you available? Could you coordinate a meeting with the EU in any conference room that's available? If that's,
Okay,
is
yeah,
that
so
possible?
all the Sherpas can drop off. Thank you. To go back to your rooms, David, so I've got the random order turn. I've cleaned up the map. I've left on the momentum for the U.S. The China espionage is still sitting out there, and I did a random pick of a card. And is it just? Let me see who's on here. Okay, the card's going to be the one where it says the World Health Organization urges all leaders worldwide to get ahead of religious fervor during this drastic increase in protests and suicides. And since we're at -1, is a little bit elevated, and people are trying to figure out what's going on between God and you and aliens at this time.
Hey, Dave, Joe, before I drop off, do you want me to pass the UAC's response to Team USA when I go back to their room?
Give me, I guess David and I need to come up with what we'll do is we'll write it in the room once we come up with the message. If they reply back.
Okay.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Did we want to have a message back from the aliens?
This is in response to that early message, a US message and an EU message. Actually, let me pull up our little "what does an alien look like?"
Yep.
It took me forever to find that email. So I think they are they would be open to both of these messages and respond generally positively. Like, we understand your desire to discuss and learn. We will, and I don't have a specific distance from the US.
I like the way you're saying. So how about the way you just said about we enjoy your
Understand and appreciate.
Yep, we understand and appreciate your willingness to work with us, and then please choose a place for us to have representatives meet you on Earth. I think that last part's going to be important because it's going to drive people crazy.
Please send
coordinates.
Yeah. For meeting on Earth. Okay, so that'll be our message in response. Both US and EU will be able to receive that.
Yep.
And on this next turn, does that closer distance open up communication for Russia and China?
Say that again.
As the ship moves closer, does that mean Russia and China have communication capabilities as well?
Yes.
Okay.
It opens it up for everybody now.
All right. That's what I thought. And the other thing that we needed to look at is what China would discover from its data survey and commercial space assets. So I was thinking about just giving them a little bit of the information off of our random chart.
Yeah, give them 2 pieces of information off of it.
Yeah. All right,
And you can select them by random which two.
All right,
I think
I'll
maybe
post
that
that.
we know they're humanoid is probably the easiest one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll pick a couple and I'll stick it in the China room.
Okay.
I'm thinking like stuff you'd be able to see. So their spaceship design is like congruent with a humanoid body
That's
layout,
perfect. Yeah, it's a perfect language for that also.
and the ship appears to be of metallic composition. So it's not an exotic material or something like that.
Yep, perfect.
I'll throw that in the China room real quick here before I forget.
Did you send that message to the US yet?
I did not.
Okay.
I have it floating in one of the text channels. I'll make
Okay.
sure that goes to that's going to go to the US and the EU.
Yeah, we're gonna send it to both.
Okay.
Just it'd be great if it showed up while they're still in their meeting in Geneva to see if the US like request more time from us.
Yeah. All right. Stand by. I'll throw that in these text channels.
Okay.
Response from UAC. To your round 1 transmission.
I think at this point, really people that are watching the stars are probably noticing something's going on. So the world knows something. The world knows something's going on.
Message sent to EU and USA.
Yep, saw them pop up. That's gonna really drive them.
Data survey, and I'm actually going to give China their results from their data survey as one, and their commercial monitoring in the second. So I'll give
Okay.
them like 3 pieces of information. But that third one about kind of their origin, where did they come from? That's going to be a little bit more mysterious.
Okay. They're gonna have to start coming in 1 minute. I'm gonna send out 1 minute warnings to everybody.
Thank you.
I haven't seen anything. Yeah, it's being sarcastic. There has been no outchange. Anything else. Is it Bidoof? No, Bidoof's not ice. I was getting ready to click on one when the time changed.
Joe, your mic's still live.
So you got to hear me playing Pokemon with the wife, huh?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Hey, John, can you jump through all the teams and tell them to start moving in here?
Yeah, I was going to recommend actually if we can get probably a 3-minute extension there, probably about halfway through the Geneva conference. I know we're a little bit lagged on this, but I think that help
We've got people
provide
coming
some
in.
refinement. So,
Nope,
all right.
they got to come with what they have, John.
Hello?
Yes, we read.
All right, we were called forth. May I ask why we were called forth?
We're moving into round 2.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, John.
They're voting and they're coming right over.
Okay, they probably got 1 minute before they're gonna lose their opportunity. They'll lose the window to send a message.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving over right now.
Yeah, I've got the lead UN. I am the lead UN rep here. If that's where we're started, I just joined the room.
Okay.
Shall I get started?
Let's give everybody 1 more minute to come in.
I'm gonna jump through channels and pull them in.
Yeah, of course. China likes being the last one in here.
All right, Joe, we're all reset board-wise, right?
The board is reset.
All right, and
we're back to you. We're just, if people aren't here, they're not here. But I think the UN said they're ready to talk.
Okay, Team USA and Team China are still absent, but tough snot. We are into round 2, and looking at a message phase. Let me check my rule sheet quick. Oh, the random event is up on the screen. The World Health Organization urges all leaders worldwide to get ahead of a rising environment of religious fervor during a drastic increase in protests and suicides. WHO analysis says the increase is related to the impending first contact with an unidentified alien civilization. As a result of Russia's moves in the previous round, the global control of panic has been reduced, and we are seeing that the world wants to know what the relationship is between God and these aliens. Therefore, each team must use an information chit this round in some form or fashion to deal with this situation. We'll need to add that in our notes panel. Also, the player order has been reset, so Just because you were first, second, or third last time doesn't mean that you are in the same place this time around. So please pay close attention to that.
Ooh, China's first.
China's first. Do teams have a report from this Geneva conference?
Yeah, this is Jono is the lead from the UN in the Geneva conference, and I'll invite everybody to correct me if I'm wrong toward the end of my quick statement here. So what we hashed out was that the U.S. main point of contention with messaging was that or rather with offering a landing spot, as Russia did, was that we have no idea what people are or what the UAC is interested in. China also generally supported that. And so as a result of all of that, we have changed the message from an offer of a landing spot and resources and everything else to at least this message is to just seek clarification on, who they are, why they're here, what their intentions are, all those sorts of things. And I think that's a fairly brief summary of what we talked about. I'd offer any of the other countries, if they have anything that I missed or that we should clarify, to add that now.
I think that was what we agreed to.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? All right. That's the UN's perspective on the conference that we had in Geneva, generally agreed upon with all the players. Over.
Okay, thank you. So please don't land on Earth. You'd like them to clarify their intentions. Yes?
That's correct. And now, has that message has not been sent yet? Is that correct?
This is the message that you would like to send to the UAC?
Yes, but before we do that, before any of the two, the US or the EU, send that message, we just want to have a quick discussion with the EU.
Let me add that the alien ship has moved closer, and all nations, all player nations, EU, US, Russia, China, and significant members of the UN now are able to communicate directly with the alien culture. So that may change what you need to talk about.
It does, and I'm not sure if I should reveal this now. I'm going to go ahead and do it unless somebody in the US has a problem with it. Speak now.
I think don't do it, Ken.
Okay. We're fine.
Don't do it, Ken.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay.
One alibi, given the updated messaging, then we had agreed in our meeting in Geneva that messaging would be approved by the UN and pushed through the ESA. But if the UN now has the ability to communicate, I think it would be approved. The message would be approved collaboratively and then pushed out through whatever the UN's communication means are.
And this is still that message.
Yeah, it's the one that we
don't want
talked
you to
about
land.
at the. Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. So we will say that message is sent. We don't want you to land. Please clarify your intentions.
It should be made clear, though, that the UN does not have those capabilities unilaterally. They have to go through a member nation to be able to transmit. So they are out as far as communication is concerned.
That is not what I heard from the moderators. I heard that we have our own direct means to communicate. The message would be approved collaboratively through the UN, but sent and would then also be sent via the UN.
The US and UN
The US is willing to send that message for the UN if the UN doesn't have that capability. I understood the same as Stephen did, but if that's not true and they don't have it unilaterally, the US is very willing to send that out.
there are enough nations within the UN that are not represented by all of y'all that can send this message that I'm going to say that the UN, while you're correct that it can't do it on its own, it has to work through a partner nation. It has numerous partner nations, and among those, at least one would be willing to send this message. So I'm just going to kind of draw that line between the UN and a nation that has that capability. If the US or the EU or anybody else also wants to send that message as part of a solidarity or collaborative thing, that's cool too. It's enough for me to say the message goes out as agreed with the UN.
UN, can you look at what I've written on the? Is that what you want sent?
Well, Russia will make it known right now that we will be sending out a contravening message to the aliens, right, indicating our initial intent and response. And since we don't need anybody else, at this point, we're going to go alone.
The UN would like to have a sidebar with Russia to discuss a way forward.
I bet you would. I bet you would. I bet you would. Well, when you're ready.
The U.S. would like to reiterate that we still don't know what their intentions are, and it's important to send a unified message and inform you that they have communicated directly with us, and we do have a new message from the UAC to share.
Yep.
Ken, did you read it?
Yeah, it's. I think yes, that's correct. We have received a message from the UAC, and we'd like to share it. Moderators, are we good to share that?
If you'd like to share it, you may.
Okay. Let's go ahead and throw it in the chat here. Hang on one second. Scott, can you cut and paste that into the main? Oh, never mind. I've got it. Copy. I'll put it in the. I will put it in the first contact main chat.
Good. So the United States has received a response from the UAC responding to their transmission in the first round. We understand and appreciate your desire to understand and interact. Please send coordinates for meeting on Earth.
Russia's already done so.
Yeah, the U.S. would like to propose with the. I don't know if we're getting out of turns here, so please stop me, moderators, if we're not.
Okay. So
if
David, I
one
think
go ahead.
what we do now is we put them on their 15 minutes.
Yep.
With understand that they need to look at the event card for what's going on around the world when they start creating their actions also.
Yeah. So we'll give you 15 minutes. This is planning, negotiation, whatever you need to do before you take your actions. So that looks like a 14:55 return. And if you have questions, we'll be probably hanging out here. So feel free to ask.
Okay, jumping back to the U.S. room.
Okay, looks like we still got a couple of people hanging out in this room. TWO Garrett.
Ed and Garrett. Just Garrett then?
Just Garrett.
Apology, I'm still trying to learn how to use Discord.
No, hey, so am we.
No worries.
Very, very new.
Garrett, if you click on, let me see what you're on the Russian team. If you scroll down in that list, you should be able to click the Team Russia room that has the little speaker next to it and hop in with the rest of your team.
Not a problem. I'm trying to do it right now. Like I'm clicking on my team, but
All right. Is it the one with the hashtag or the one with the speaker?
hashtags. Like I found the one with the speaker. I'm assuming. Let's see. Trend setting messages. I am. That's terrible. It's terrible.
Yep.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Hey, David, that I think the message that they got back from UAC is going to throw a couple of those teams in a loop because it counters what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that threw off a lot of stuff. Also, the openness and the change in capabilities, I think, has thrown them too.
Yep.
I've seen a couple questions like, "Hang on, does everybody know about what's going on?" Like, well, yes, they do now.
Yep.
So they're going to use every minute and then 3 more of the negotiating time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
China will use 5 more.
Yeah, China will use 5 more, but I think they're starting to understand that they really need to work with this together. There's no single nation answer for this. But I'm going to drop off for a second, not from the also be on here, but I need to go and use the restroom.
Yep, sure thing.
I have a quick point of order question.
Yes, sir.
In the timeline of the rounds, 1 year, we've gone 1 year forward now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. You have a question for us, Skywalker? If you do, it looks like you're on mute.
Hey, can we get an invite to have a sit down between EU and China?
EU and China. Who needs to? Yes, I will post in Team China. Where would you like to meet them?
Is conference room 1 open?
Looks like it.
Okay.
All right, I've posted a message for them in their chat space.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, David, I'm back.
Okay, great. I'm gonna step off for a similar reason.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I saw the return of 1455, which seems to be a message not widely received.
Oh yeah, yeah. You guys have 7 more minutes. This is interesting because China's always 5 minutes late.
Yep. They're busy over there.
What do you? I think China is doing an absolute job. I think their response to Russia's first move was pretty strong. I mean, it
Yeah.
definitely showed where they were coming from.
Yeah, they're really well organized and thinking through this very well.
I think the alien message is going to throw them off, though.
Interesting.
Hey, David, are you back on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just catching up on maybe a secret move.
Yeah, so the U.S. and the EU are going to send 2 people here. Who's Skywalker? Besides a fictional character from a Star Wars saga?
Team EU.
Okay, can we? Okay, so they've already got a rep here. Skywalker, are you the rep from the EU for an action? So I'm thinking that Skywalker is the Skywalker that can only phantom in from like the very last movie or something. Hey Jeff, so who's your representative from the US?
I'm waiting on them to come in now. Someone should be popping in right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's okay. It's Ken. Jackie
Yep.
Oshakis. Which team are you with?
EU.
Okay. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we don't have anybody that's not EU or US on here.
I'm EU.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's
I
right.
mean-
As we look down the list, so what we'll need from whoever's leading this, either the EU or US, whoever's action this is going to be, needs to provide an argument to David that supports what you're trying to do, and then between me, Jeff, and the facilitators, we'll come up with any counter arguments, and then we'll roll the dice. We'll roll the dice. We'll have to roll the dice in a spot where you guys aren't going to, no one else will see it. So David will probably just roll it somewhere else, and then we'll give you the results. So go ahead, US, with your argument to US or EU, whoever is leading the action to David.
EU's going to lead this action, I believe.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to be sure, there's no Russia in here, right? Because Russia can come in at any time. So I just want to be clear.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna try. Is that person Russia?
No, that's
Is it-
Scott. Scott Douglas just joined us. He's a member of the U.S. team. We should definitely be putting U.S. and stuff on our usernames here. But
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So yeah, we want to jam the Russian signal that they just sent, telling them for them to land. Yeah, we think it's kind of insane that they did that. We want to jam their signal. The U.S. is willing to support this with their capabilities, because I know the U.S. specifically has massive satellite capabilities.
Right. And we believe that this is important to prevent Russia from doing it. We think we obviously have the capabilities to do it. We'd be willing to. I know they're going to use a chit. EU is going to use a chit, and we'll throw in a chit. I'm not sure what the right chit is for jamming. Maybe it's military. I'm not sure, but we'll put one in.
Military sounds good to me. That seems like a reasonable Space Force operation.
Yep. And then afterwards, we'll send a message to the alien, but only afterwards. Because first we need to get this operation done with.
Okay. EU, are you putting chips in?
Yes, we are. How many? Where do I check how many chips we have?
So EU, you have 2D, 2I, 1M, 2E, 1S.
Yeah, I'd say we'll put in. Who is that?
Using an S, maybe.
Yeah, I'll put in an S. Yeah.
Understanding, and this is again, not to put any, but an I may be a good resource to use, just from the standpoint of if you get caught, you may want to be able to push it to a different direction.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay, definitely I.
I was going to suggest an I just because you want this to be a clear information operation as well, compared with the military operation, because Russia's going to try to push their own narrative that it is their national right to seek primacy, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, definitely.
David, do you have everything you need to go roll somewhere?
Were there any counter arguments from facilitators or Sherpas? Oh, there is a Russia here.
Russia needs to leave now.
Me. You.
Yep.
Goodbye, Jay.
All right, cool.
There's a UN here also. Oh, but that's John. That's okay.
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 So my argument would be that Russia would be expecting the U.S., probably not the UN, to take a lead on something like this, and they would put some more of their assets into it to ensure that their message was sent. That would be what I would argue if I was Russia.
Hmm.
But I would
Yeah.
also argue that the U.S. and the EU combined have the capability to do something for a short term, but not for a long term.
Yeah. And this is a
I agree with that.
yeah. And the good news is that this is only meant to be a short-term thing. We're gonna knock out the communication. Then we're gonna say to the aliens, you
Stand
know,
by just a moment. We got another Russian in here. Move to
Hey, Ashley,
Yeah, I
you got to
sent-
get all your teammates out of here.
Yeah, I sent a message in the team for them to pull out, and then I'd let them know when they can come back in.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Sorry for the interruption.
she
Well, I think
good
the
to be
problem
here
is
because she's a sheriff, right?
we're past the 14:55, so everyone's coming in. So I think what we need to do is we should have all the information we need. I think David, you can go ahead and do your adjudication of this, and we'll send a note to the U.S. and EU on the success.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Great.
All right.
And I'll start giving everybody a 2-minute warning to come back in here.
All right. Hey, Team USA, jump into Team USA real quick.
All right, so am I good to bring my team back now?
Roger.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Johnny.
Yeah. Oh.
So you're locked down the base. Last team was from last team. Yeah, that is. But they do, yeah. That's our goal. Yeah. FCS here, I've heard some mixed reviews on those guys. Some of them are like,
Can we get someone out there with a hot mic? David, I think we should start round 2.
Okay, we are into round 2, and China comes in with the first action. There was a secret action which I will keep in my head and reveal any aspects of it that need to for gameplay purposes, but otherwise we're going to keep it secret as necessary. So China, are you here and ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
China is I'm in the process trying to get our chit expenditure up in front of me. Sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty still. We're going to use, as you said, one of the chits on quelling public discord. We are specifically the information and one economic point. And I apologize. I'm going to defer to Ted if he's on channel. I'm not able to pull up what I thought I had in terms of notes from the other stuff. I'm flipping between the screens, and when I do, the audio cuts out on me.
Okay. So we are spending one information chip to address our public, to reduce religious fervor. And in support of that, we are spending one economic chip to stockpile food and medicine, to reassure people that we will be able to weather this storm. What else did we have, folks? Help me out here.
All right. Were there other Chinese moves?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we are going to be playing an information chit, sending a do not land message that countermands the Russian message to the UACs, indicating that there is in fact danger at the landing site. In that message, we would also include information about known Russian chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons possessed by their nation. We would suspend one information chit on a disinformation campaign within Russia to swell discontent amongst their populace, and completely saturating internet
You only have
access
two.
points.
You only have two information chits. You're using one of them on the religious fervor, and you're using one of them for to send a message to the UAC. You're out of information chits at this time.
That's right. We did want to request from game admin clarification on the religious fervor, as China is a non-religious nation, and information that gets disseminated to the populace is filtered through CCP channels prior to being able to reach it. Would that still apply to us?
Yes. Consider it non-religious, but spiritual and existential. The Chinese people may not be protesting or joining cults, but there are minority religions in China that may be seeing increased activity, and suicide has been a persistent issue in China and is on the rise. as questions about existence and what it means to be human are raised and discussed, even in hushed tones.
David, would you be
Okay.
willing to allow China to use a non-information move if they could articulate a good reason to use something else to combat their religious fervor?
Yes.
I'll ask the administrators to. And in my mind, it wouldn't matter if it's a military chit or an information chit, but we would, if we can't use the military chit internally to address that, then we would use the military chit in the information campaign against the Russian civilian populace, sowing discord on the basis that the CCP and the PLA are regularly engaged in cyber warfare campaigns and misinformation efforts.
I also point out that China has already allocated the economic chit to dealing with it with internal issues.
But China has 2 economic chits.
So we can put one economic on public discord internal, one information on don't land in Russia, they're bad, and one info chit on making Russians scared or worried. Is that correct?
That's correct so far, yes.
Okay. So we can, if you want 2 chits on public discord, we can put a military there, or you can leave it with just the economic, or 2 economic.
I believe we'd want to include one military chit there as opposed to the economic.
Very good.
I'm having trouble bouncing between screens. I apologize.
Right. I think we were planning to spend one of our science chit to enhance the quality of our message to the aliens.
Thank you.
By either building a better method to send it or building a more secure encryption system to make sure it gets through without error.
And this is the agreed upon message that came out of the Geneva conference?
No, this was our message to discourage them from
The
landing
do
in
not
Russia.
land.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I have that.
So if I remember, it's do not land. There's danger at the landing site. And Russia has, and you're going to list a bunch of your nuclear, chemical, biological, or other stuff that could harm the aliens. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. Russia
we're
takes
gonna
that as
spend
an
this-
active war. That's an active war. We
You'll
will,
have a
we will immediately raise our military threat posture to DEFCON 1.
Well,
Let's move through the cycle and not jump.
Yeah,
change.
we'll get
correct.
you.
I would believe that the information campaign against with the UAC is probably not going to be widely known outside of China. Is that correct?
That
We
would
had
be our
no
intention.
of now that we have an independent channel.
Very good. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 actions here. Quell public discord in China. Send a message to the UAC about danger, don't land. An influence campaign inside Russia, and the enhancement of your message to the UAC. I'm going to condense that into 3 actions and just put information and science on the message that you're sending. Is that fair and reasonable?
I believe so.
Okay. So now I'll hear.
By my tally, that leaves us China with both of our diplomatic actions still left to spend, correct? And
That's
one
correct.
economic?
Correct.
Yes. However, you are out of time to make your case, so you can save those and spend them on other people's turns if you wish.
Understood.
So
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm ready to hear responses from other teams. Remember to keep these focused on capabilities and less about the messaging and more about the mission. Can they do this? Why or why not? But of course, the response of your nation or nations could change the outcome of success, the chance of success. So 1 minute for the EU.
You said, like, what, our turn? It's our turn right now?
A response to China.
I can't think of, I'm neutral on what China's doing right now.
Do you believe they have the capability to do what they say they're doing? Like, does China have the ability?
The ability to,
Do they have the
Public Discord, send a message to the aliens, and conduct an influence campaign inside Russia.
I think they have the ability, yeah. How successful that would be, that's the question. There'd definitely be risk. Yeah. Can I discuss it with my team for a second?
You have about 20 seconds of time left for your response.
We're gonna let these events unfold and see what happens.
Very good. Next, USA. A response to China's action or argument?
We support China's action. We believe that they do have the capability to do this. The Chinese have excellent access inside Russia to conduct that disinformation campaign. They've been helping Russia in all kinds of ways. So they're there right now. So they definitely have the capability to do this. In terms of the message to the aliens, I mean, obviously they also have the capability to do that. We would support China in sending that message to the aliens. We prefer that they didn't disclose information about nuclear weapons to rile the aliens, but we understand why they're doing this, and we'd be interested in talking more about how we can work together to prevent Russia from going so solo on this. We don't have to address the quick question. We don't have to address the information issue in our the religious fervor issue yet, right? We wait.
That's correct.
Okay.
Not until your turn.
We are complete.
Okay. A Russian response to China's actions. Go.
Russia deems any action in contravention of the messages we've sent as a direct act of war against our country. And if you persist, we will be forced to take military action against you. We will be welcoming the aliens. They are welcome our soul. We will not be forcing them here. If they land on our soul, we will protect them to the maximum extent possible. This is an existential threat for Russia should any other country involve themselves after they land on our soil. We will treat it as such. Should you continue to send messages that are in contravention of our welcoming messages that have said nothing negative or pejorative about your country or your country's capabilities, we will be forced to take them down with our anti-satellite weapons and weapons systems platforms, and we will be retargeting our weapons of mass destruction towards your country. I hope I'm making myself perfectly clear.
It sounds
China
like
would
Russia
like a point of
doesn't like
clarification.
China. Yes.
China's point of clarification is we're covertly sending that information. We don't have a back channel to the game administrators, and thus Russia couldn't take an action against an effort they do not know.
So what's going to happen for this roll? Just pull it out of the game. So there'll be two rolls. One, will it succeed? And then two, if it succeeds, does Russia know who did it? So it's a multiple rolls because there's a chance that it'll succeed, but Russia knows something happened and who did it. So that will be a 2-roll event.
Understood.
All right, thank you. On to the United Nations.
The United Nations recognizes and respects the sovereignty of all nations present here for this discussion: China, Russia, the US, and UN. We have been approached by both Japan and India and Britain as they are contemplating their own communications with the UAC. We are, as our Secretary General comes up shortly, going to expend chits to ride herd on the rest of the world's communication to the UAC. As tensions rise across the world, but especially among these 4 member nations here, member organizations here, we understand that there may be a effort to undercut one another. Just as we respect your sovereignty, the UN, as strongly as possible, recommends that we all respect one another's sovereignty as well, as we all move forward together under UN auspices to present one voice to the UAC. Now, this is something that we are striving for, but it's something that only you all can decide and support or not. Unless there's any other voices from the UN that wants to add to this, I will turn it over to the facilitator.
All right, thank you.
I think we have the Secretary General here now.
Repeat, I apologize.
Chris, you want to jump in on this or not yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Thanks.
Yeah. So I've heard responses from all teams, and as Joe said, we do need to do 2 rolls here. A roll for success on all of these options. I'm going to give you
David, so what I would do is it's first I would roll for did they were able to do their fervor. So that's 1 roll.
Right.
And then a roll for, so it's going to be 3 separate rolls, but one of the rolls will have 2 distinct rolls.
All right.
Did the UN
Yes, thank you.
please adjust China's effort and intent?
Say again?
Did the UN plea for respect and of sovereignty affect China's intentions at all?
But China, did what the UN say have any effect on what you're planning?
Not at the moment. We may be in a position where we add chits to the UN or the EU as further terms roll out.
All right. But no change to your current actions. Is that correct?
No change.
All right. Let's do the public Discord roll. I'm going to give you a +2 on that. You want to roll that?
You're gonna roll?
Or is someone from China supposed to roll that, or you roll?
Yeah, you can roll it, unless you want David to roll it for you.
I'm fine with David doing the roll.
Okay. A 2d6 + 2 gives us a 12. That was a really solid roll. So that succeeds. China has a demonstrated capability to keep its population in line. No problem here. The influence campaign inside Russia, I'll do that one next, since the messaging is contested. So we'll do that at a +1 based on the arguments. My bot is thinking. It was a natural 12, so a very solid success. And Joe, you want to give them a momentum off of that? Just a generic one? And then finally, this do not land message. I will also do at a +1. Yes, your message has been sent, and then we'll see if Russia knows who did it, or if it happened at all. I'm going to roll that at even, no modifiers. That was sent, and Russia is unaware that the message has been sent. At +0. All right. Outcomes of this: with a disruptive information campaign in one of the major players here, I'm going to say that global control of panic is slipping down to a -2. And Russia, as much as you would like to respond to this, I'm afraid you don't know that it has happened. One clarification, the United States suggested, China, that you don't tell the aliens about nuclear weapons. China, did you modify your message at all to just say, or to leave out the nukes, or was that part of what you said?
It was included.
It was included. Okay. Thank you very much. Coming up next is Team EU. And I know that you have already taken an action, but if you have additional actions, now's your chance.
Yeah, we're gonna say, message to the aliens, please do not land, but if you must, we have an area in the Arctic that we'd be willing, basically in Norway, near Norway, where we can secure the area, and then I'd like to spend an economic chip to, basically, bring out that zone in case they do decide to land, whether or not we say not, because we're telling them, our message to them is, please do not land.
Any other actions there?
No. Aside from spending the chip to knock out the area to like get the area for ready, no.
Okay. China, a response to this, can they pull it off?
Well, I mean, that sounds like a mixed message.
Yes, we're concerned about the messaging. The don't land and do land seems to contradict itself, and thus we don't think it would be effective.
We're saying don't land, but given that there are so many people trying to, like, talking, like, even like people outside of the Security Council, right, who are like contacting the aliens, we're saying, if you are taking their advice instead of ours, then please land in this place. But overall, we don't want them to land. Or, hold on for a second. Yeah.
And for the purpose of gameplay, if I can real quick, our message of do not land was not a do not land in Russia, it was a do not land. And our danger message of contents applies to the planet, right? We weren't just lashing out at Russia.
Well, that's why it would be in the Arctic.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, it would be, well, no, it would be like far, it would be far from, it would be like in a very remote area.
You're offering international waters. In the Arctic.
Is it international or is it territorial?
It would be closer to Norway. Our hope is to have it be, yeah, international territory close to Norway. So any fallout would be burdened by us.
Okay. Thank you. US? EU would like to send a message to the aliens.
So based on what the EU said, we generally support them. We're okay with sending a message to the aliens, emphasizing that we don't want them to, but if they do, it must be in international in international space. We support the Arctic there. We'd like to see where other countries stand on this, but generally speaking, we support the EU with the idea of if they're going to land in international waters. Anybody else from the U.S. before we run out of time?
Okay. Over to Russia. EU comments on EU's message.
Yes, Russia still maintains that our invitation to the aforementioned coordinates at Novozemlya are open. It's an open invitation to the aliens. Should they choose to land somewhere else, we will not oppose it. But should they choose to land on Russian soil, we will defend them against all other intruders. As we mentioned before, we are disposed to sharing the information with select parties as we become aware of it, and with certain other parties on a timed basis.
And who's last in here? UN. UN comments on the EU action?
Celsius, are you up? Okay, I'll take it. So we do not support the landing in the Arctic, given the international security concerns of the Arctic already. We have a counter proposal we'll introduce on our turn for a land-based landing site. Also concerned that the EU is not addressing the international religious fervor strongly enough. Over.
Thank you. All right, yep. Just to make sure I understand, the UN suggests an alternate landing site, which they will discuss on their turn, and a reminder that EU not addressing the event.
At what point do we disclose negative chit expenditure?
What would be during your turn? So if you want to counter, you use it during your counter. So if you're trying to counter you message, you counter it during your counter to them.
I didn't understand. I apologize. We did intend to put a negative diplomacy chip on the EU. In
David,
terms of their message.
I would allow it.
Oh, this is from the UN.
This is from China. China's
Oh.
got a diplomacy chip. The EU's landing message. We would like to do a -1 chip.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Can the U.S. chime in on that too, or is it too late?
Did you want to spend a chip in support of the E EU?
So it depended on what China was going to do, and so it's just now that China has done that, that affects our decision. So yes, I think we would want to spend it in support, but if how do we do this?
Support of our negative or in support of the EU's message?
In support of the EU's message, I believe. Let me just check with my team. Yeah, I think we're in agreement. We would want to support the EU's message on this.
And what are you spending in support?
Let's see. So they are sending this message and they're doing a landing zone. So I think we could use our military to help do this because it's going to take, or perhaps we could do a diplomatic on this one. I think we can use a diplomatic jet on this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Looking at all that, I think that the EU can send the message, but the role will be on what that outcome is. Do you want to do the role, or do you want me to do it?
I guess you can do it.
Okay. Roll 2d6. I'm doing that as an even roll. Nine, a reasonably strong roll. So your message is sent, and you've got Arctic construction underway for a secure but remote landing zone.
Yes.
All right. Very good. And next up is USA.
Is there one last thing I can do, possibly?
From the EU's turn?
Yeah.
Another action that you wanted?
Yeah.
Yes, you did still have time on the clock.
Okay, cool. Yeah, can we spend one eye chip on containing the fervor, like the public disorder that's caused by the aliens?
Tell me more about how you would do that.
Well, we would make initiatives, I guess, to ensure the population that it would work. Also, we would work with the Vatican, obviously, because they're within our territory. We would have him spread the message that it's all going to be okay. We have this under control, and he would also help to have contact with the more religious zealots, right? And then as for the people who are less religious, we would just put it into public initiatives to talk to people, ensure them that we know what we're doing, constantly having I think a good concept would be fireside chats. Essentially, encourage the leaders of the European Union to constantly talk to their people, update them on what's happening, and tell them not sensitive information, but tell them what our plan is, so they always know we have a plan.
And since the other teams mostly spent their discussion time before you did this, I'm going to give additional time for each team to just give me a quick 1 or 2 sentences about whether the EU can pull this off. China? Can the EU pull this off?
In terms of public discord, I believe they likely could, given the internal nature of the Vatican being consumed by the EU and landlocked.
Okay. U.S.
Yes, I believe they do have the capability to do that. Working with the Vatican, etc., it's completely feasible. Also, I would say that Europe isn't exactly as religious a place as it used to be.
Very good. Russia.
We're very hesitant to believe that they can pull this off.
Do you have a rationale for that?
This could be couched as the second coming. Well, it could be couched as the second coming. Who knows who they'll send as their emissary, right?
All right. Thank you. And the UN.
We support this effort, and we would be willing to provide our information chit to unite not just the European Union, but given the massive population there and the, kind of many of the religious leaders, to host a UN-sponsored conference of all those nations, if the EU is willing to support that as well, to kind of unite the world on a global message of peace and calm and trust in our leaders that have been appointed over us.
All right, very good. EU, would you be open to facilitating a calming conference, possibly a ecumenical world religions conference within your territory, or facilitating something at the Vatican if they chose to hold it?
Yes, I'd say so.
All right. Okay, EU, let's throw some dice. This sounds reasonably straightforward. And you've got UN support, so I'm going to give you a +1 on that for an 8 total. So there will be a religious conference. We'll go ahead and say that it is sponsored by the Vatican and facilitated by the EU. But it is not just religious, but accepting of other spiritual and atheistic philosophies as well. So whatever you believe, the Pope wants to talk to you about it.
Excellent.
Okay, moving on to the United States. Your action.
I'm sorry, it's not our turn. We are saying whether or not we support this.
No, it is your action.
It is our action. Okay. So the United States is going to send a message to the UAC along with a very sophisticated encryption key. We're going to send a message that says that we do support the EU in their landing zone, and offer also an alternate landing zone in the Arctic, in the Antarctic, as an option. We're going to send them the encryption code and request that they use this encryption code for all communications to ensure that the Earth is speaking with one voice, and that we don't allow certain information from them to get into the hands of bad actors. We will say that we support and it concurred with the Chinese message that was sent. We're also going to, in addition to this message, we're going to offer this code potentially to the EU if they'll support us. And we will also offer the UN the ability to confirm any messages that are sent, and to kind of be the oversight of messages that are sent to the
to the UAC. We're willing to, we're doing this to avoid the perception of the U.S. being completely split. And also, we're willing to use a number of chits for this. So we'll use our military and economic chits to support this endeavor. I'm sorry, our military and diplomatic chits to support this endeavor. Our second move, though, is we are concerned about religious fervor. We are a very religious country, and so we'd like to use information chits there to essentially keep our population aware of what we're doing, ensure that there's a dialogue within the United States of the various faiths, and also to support the EU in its efforts to convene that conference. So let me see if I get these chits right, and team, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're on 2 information chits to quell the religious fervor, and then we are on our diplomatic, military, and economic chits to support the use of the sophisticated encryption key and the message in support of the EU and the Chinese message. Did I cover it all, guys? All right, nothing heard.
All right, very good. For responses, I'll start with China.
Well, we believe the USA is off message in one aspect, or at least one aspect that they presented. The United States is not really as religious a country as it had been in its distant history. And thus, the support and effort that they get from the Vatican, as seen by the EU, is likely not the case. And I would say this goes back multiple presidents, as Obama himself stated that the US is not a Christian nation.
Okay.
So did Thomas Jefferson, for that matter.
All right. EU, response to the US's plans.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but they asked for a new site to land.
They have offered an alternative if the Arctic site doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, we supported the Arctic, but we also are sending a message that just has an alternate.
Okay. But I mean, like, yeah, we kind of disagree with that because, like, I appreciate that you appreciate our base, but the fact that the base is already the alternative, that we now have a second alternative, I think that's just going to complicate things. We stand with our belief that if there's going to be an alternative, it needs to be the base we've set up and that we have brought in. I mean, we've emphasized that while the U.S. is extremely helpful and is the most important military and economic partner, the ESA is recognized as the world's leading space agency, and we think that needs to be acknowledged. And I think we needs to be the leader here.
Thank you. Over to Russia. Response to the U.S. action.
We have no change in our position. We're going to move forward alone.
Can the U.S. accomplish this?
They will try, but we don't believe they'll succeed.
Okay, and a response from the UN. Any response from the UN to the action on the table, the U.S. actions? I'm hearing none from the UN. So I will take that as a pass. No problem. All right, United States, do you want to roll your own dice?
Actually, I think we wanted to break in quick for Alicia on our team. Just had something to say real quick. Can we do that?
Is it? Does it change the actions that you want to take?
Alicia?
No, I guess not. I was just confused for why there was no response from the UN, and I was going to reiterate.
Yeah, it was like radio silence from UN.
Yes, that was
Just to
strange.
reiterate that in our action, we offered to the UN the opportunity to take the lead in messaging were they to support this and ask for their support in that move.
Yes. My assumption is that they are not saying they won't, and have expressed support for similar ideas in the past. So I'm okay with keeping things moving.
Okay. No, sounds good. I'd prefer if you guys did the dice roll based on the chits that we have.
So I'm seeing diplomacy in support of EU and Chinese messaging to the UAC. I'm seeing military in support of use of an encryption system, economic actions to prep a backup landing site in the Antarctic. And 2 info chits to support transparency and dialogue in to the population, addressing their spiritual concerns and participating in the conference at the Vatican. Do I have all that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did not see any significant messages, arguments to the contrary. So I'm going to give you +2 generally here. These seem easy. The consequences aren't always, though. It's a good thing you had the kicker. So these actions succeed. So we've got messages to the aliens coming from China, coming from the EU, coming from the US. The US also sends this encryption scheme and instructions for how to use. And you do some religious messaging, spiritual messaging. There's actually quite a bit of interest among the population in a new feature film starring Ryan Reynolds and Taylor Swift that are about how spiritual people can get along with aliens. Casting seems a little bit cynical, but the message seems to resonate with the population. Somewhat hilariously, Ryan Reynolds is held up as an American hero, despite his Canadian citizenship. All right, action moves to Russia. Russia, 8 minutes on the clock.
Well, we will not present an obstacle to other nations' plans, but we will continue to reiterate our invitation message to the aliens And should they choose to come to our designated site, we will ensure their security. We will take actions consistent with whatever recourse is necessary to do so. And we will be monitoring communications very carefully to make sure that they are receiving our last transmission and make sure that we are monitoring the data encoded in that transmission. And should they do choose to land at our designated site, we will, as mentioned before, share the information with select parties, and we will continue to triage the information and make it available as requested by the public and as required by any agreements that we have with the aliens themselves.
Any chits spent on these actions?
All remaining chips.
All right. Everything remaining. IIMS 2D.
Wait a sec. We didn't do counter arguments.
No, I'm just accounting what Russia is intending, and then we'll
gotcha.
We'll go through the
Yeah,
counters.
there's a lot of stuff he's trying to put together back there.
Yep. How is the economic playing into this? Your economic chip?
Well, we have considerable amount of natural resources that we can pledge both to the aliens for their use and or any other country that would like to work with us.
Thank you. All right.
So anybody in Russia, if you got any supporting facts as to how the economic chit or any of these chits will support your action, I mean, it's a good time to just jump in before we start pushing this off to the counter arguments.
Any connections are helpful. And I'll also take the moment to remind you to be aware of the event card.
Right. So you said connections?
Yeah. How are your chips supporting your intentions?
Right.
Yeah. Talk about how the chits are being played.
Okay. Wait, we're on Russia, right?
Russia, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Any supporting arguments or facts from Russia?
Yes, if it's with regards to all parties and transmissions, that we have the largest landmass on the planet with most of the natural resources at our disposal.
Thank you. Anything else? I show just shy of 3 minutes on Russia's clock. Otherwise, we'll move into arguments. or responses, excuse me.
And I will vector in at least one a military chip and an information chip to address the extra instability we currently have in Russia right now.
Okay. That was one info chip.
One info and one military chip.
One military. Thank you. Okay. I'll take us into responses from China first.
Want a play clarification first?
Yes.
Would the positive effects of our opening efforts result in chip deprivation this turn or next turn in terms of Discord?
It's going to impact their attempt to stabilize this turn. They'll have a role for that.
Okay.
Just bring it up in your argument.
Gotcha. So first point of order, given the current ongoing and prolonged war between Russia and Ukraine, we don't believe their efforts to quell internal upheaval would be successful. There's already substantial disparities in standards of living between the Russian aristocrats and the ethnic minorities that are recognized throughout the rest of Russia. Playing on that further, it is often seen that the messages disseminated globally by the Catholic Church and as supported by the Europeans' argument tends to run counter across all of Islam, which Russia has a significantly noted and violent population of. Lastly, China would note that there are substantial cultural and heretical commonalities between itself and the people of Siberia. And as such, we would be prepared to spend one negative diplomacy chip, ensuring that the people in the most eastern regions of Russia find themselves drawn more towards us than towards their Western counterparts.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the EU for a response.
Yeah, I think the plan seems solid. It will likely have issues, though, as said by China. Yeah, as said by China, the issue with Russia and Ukraine, they're currently dealing with a lot right now. And while they have the means to maintain power, I think simultaneously more and more issues will cause more and more problems. However, they also do have the resources. And yeah, that is what I think. In terms of our position, the EU, we remain by our position that the ESA should be the leader in this. But we've already said that. There's not much more to be said.
Thank you. US.
So in terms of the message that that Russia wants to send and quelling religious fervor or panic in Russia. Again, we'll reiterate what China said. War in Ukraine has been tough for them. Also, China in the previous or in this round, I guess, launched a disinformation campaign against them. So that has hurt them. The U.S. has already has sent a message saying that China, agreeing with China's message and agreeing with the EU's message. And I just think that, plus some other things, would ensure that Russia's message was not heard. So Russia's ability to communicate this in the midst of domestic strife, I think, is very low here, and their ability to even to get this message to the UAC, I think, is incredibly low.
All right, thank you. UN.
We agree with certainly the U.S.'s view that in its degraded state, Russia's capabilities with regard to achieving their agenda are certainly diminished. We would add that in the spirit of some of the early sentiment in dealing with this problem, for the world to speak with one voice in regards to the prospect of an alien landing and trying to understand their intentions. Russia's actions are unnecessarily belligerent, as evidence, if by nothing else, their refusal, even in the best conditions, to openly share the information that they might obtain. So we're similarly doubtful as to their capabilities.
Very good, thank you. Russia, I'm going to have a couple of roles for this, but I want to ask the UN something briefly. Russia argued that they are willing to share some info and offer economic support to nations that partner with them. And they put some chips in, diplomatic and economic chips in. Since the UN represents many of the countries that I think would be open to this kind of incentive, the US and EU and China probably wouldn't be. Could you give me any feedback about just generally, do you think a few, some, or many of your member states would take Russia up on these kinds of partnerships?
And we have 30 seconds to consult.
Of course.
We will back. UN is back. I think we will. We can say this. We will work to persuade as many of our member states to reject Russia's offer. We'll provide what support we can to those states that do reject Russia's offer. I think Chris, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure, I'll jump in. I think the opportunity for a lot of developing nations, especially in the global south, are going to want to jump on Russia's offer. I think we continue to provide them aid in developing their own capabilities as much as possible. The caveat to this and our support for Russia is that we continue to try to unite under one voice. Obviously, like you mentioned earlier, there's going to be arguments against from all the players here at the table, but we do have to consider, our other major economic powers. England. So I guess the EU includes much of them, but India, Japan as well, who are not present here. So kind of tying them into support and try to get united under one voice, again, led by the UN as feasible.
Okay, thank you. I see that we are after the 4 p.m. end time that was advertised. So I want to wrap up the Russia turn here with apologies to the UN, who has not taken its action yet. And just out of respect for the time that you've set aside, we can go into our review as after we wrap up this Russian turn. If you would prefer something different, then let me know or let somebody know.
So I guess the question, Jeff and the team is, I mean, I'd like for everyone to at least get through this round and then go through a quick after action after this. So whoever's available to stay on after this, David, if you are, if not, I can stay till 16:30 or a little bit longer. But Jeff, it's really up to you and the team from ASA on what you guys want to do. Over.
I'll jump in from an ASA perspective. I would like to just finish this up here and perhaps offer an AAR just briefly for folks. But then after the AAR, let's see who wants to continue. And if there are enough people, then we continue. But for the students I know from ASU and then from ASA, we pretty much said that this would go to about 1630, I think 1600 and then 1630 with the AAR. So I want to be respectful of that. But that's my position. Over to the guys from Fight Club.
Yeah, this is Jeff. I agree. Let's finish out this round. Then we'll do a quick hot wash. And I would propose, and at that point, we just go ahead and drop. I think a lot of us have a 16:30 hit time to get back to our weekend activities. Over.
All right, I hear you.
So I'm seeing a lot of chat, a lot of people who are available that would want to stay. But I agree with Jeff. But I will say, from a facilitator standpoint, we could freeze this game and pick it up at another time to at least get through maybe the third round. But it'd have to be like another weekend, a month from now. So whenever the ASA wants to get together again, I know I'd make myself available to do another 2 rounds for the people that would want to come back.
Fight Club can support.
All right, hearing the arguments pro and con, I'm going to give you a +2. Oh, wait, that's not how this works. That's real life. So hearing what I'm hearing, I'm going to finish Russia's turn. It sounds like there's support for the UN to take its turn. And then we would probably have about 5 minutes for an AAR before that 16:30 time. Otherwise, we would have to drop UN and go straight into AAR. Does that sound about right, Joe?
Right, that sounds about right. So let's adjudicate the Russian move, and then we'll give the UN a quick move, and then we'll just do a quick AR. Jeff, if you want to lead it, that's fine. But let's go ahead and adjudicate Russia.
Russia, I'm going to take the dice rolls just for the sake of time. I'm giving you a +2 on your 2d6 +2 on your messaging action.
We had a -1 chit on that.
That's coming from whom? Sorry,
China.
From China. This is
the messaging to the alien.
Messaging to the alien. Yeah.
Yeah, we did have a -1 chit expenditure on that from the diplomatic. That was the efforts in Siberia with the cultural and the heritological commonalities with China.
The roll failed regardless. So I'm happy to leave it as rolled. The diplomatic efforts here. Also failed. and the stability, internal stability, with a lot of work, actually succeeded. I was surprised about that. So Russia, nobody wants to join your initiative, and the messaging that you're sending, you cannot verify that it is arriving or being received. You can't really tell anything one way or another, but you have been able to calm your population, or at least stop those problems from getting worse. All right, I'm going to run a quick UN speed round, so you'll have reduced time to make your arguments. I'm sorry, but we'll give you about a half turn, 4 minutes UN.
Okay, excellent. Won't even need all of that. So the United Nations, again, maintains that our only advantage as the recipient of this craft that is coming in and obviously has superior technology, this is kind of messaging to global leaders, not to the public, is that we must stand united and present a united front with one key message going out. And regardless of what that is, the United Nations is here to facilitate that kind of common understanding and common goal, and reduce the conflict that between nations as we move towards that. In light of that, the United Nations would like to support and put forth the collective development of some of the nations not listed here, so that we can support the development of their scientific and technological advancements. So we're going to use our economic chits for that. And then we're going to use our diplomatic chits to try to unite those various nations in rallying around a landing in the global south. So we were thinking Kenya. We'll work with that government there to try to make that a landing spot. It's got a lot of equatorial benefits. It raises up the entire collective good of the world and of some of those less often thought about nations that we represent. We have already addressed our global leader religious conference through the EU, and we appreciate their support in that. And so that will count for our support to quelling the international suicide rates increase, etc.
All right, thank you.
Any other?
So economic chips in support of development of non-player nations, and diplomatic chits in support of a landing proposed landing site, possibly in the global south, Kenya or something. All right. So responses from the other nations. China, just a quick response, 1 or 2 sentences. Can the UN pull this off?
I think it's probable. I don't see my team saying otherwise. Give them a quick second to ping me. No, I'm going to go with this. Sounds like it would be probable by the UN.
Okay, thank you. And to the EU.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. My thing wasn't on. We support the idea of like an international effort to find where they're going to land. Did the UN say Kenya as a landing spot? Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, we
As a
do not.
possibility.
Yeah, we do not agree with that. I think. Yeah, I think we support the. We would be willing to spend some science into supporting a global initiative to figure out where a landing site would be, possibly again. But yeah, we continue to emphasize that if they're going to land, it's going to be in the area we've laid out. So I would be willing to spend some science chips to the spend how about all of our science chips on supporting the UN initiative overall, not necessarily the specific place.
Okay. Thank you. That's EU. US response to the UN's actions.
So yeah, one, we don't think that the UN would be able to do this. I mean, it sounds like they want to economic incentivize the rest of the world to support the message for a landing in Kenya. We would say that we don't think they'd be able to do that. We think that most of the world, especially the powerhouses in the global south, would turn to the U.S. and support the Antarctic landing. The reason is because there are Argentina, Chile, China, South Africa, India, and Brazil all have bases in Antarctica. Their global south is already well represented there. Plus, in terms of these economic incentives, it doesn't sound like China's going to support them. It doesn't sound like it sounds like the EU might, but the US certainly wouldn't. But if the rest of the global south was to support the US's position for either an Arctic or an Antarctic landing, again, international waters or international territory, we think the global south would go along with that. Again, the powerhouses in the global south would be more aligned to international waters or to the Antarctic as a location. That's it.
Thank you.
Doctor, can I just add one thing for the USA? We've continuously been dealing with unrest bordering on panic. So the landing site needs to be not just neutral, but remote, such that we can control access.
Concur.
Cool. Russian response to the UN's suggestion here.
Yes, Russia believes that the proposal to have the landing site anywhere in an equatorial region would be foolhardy, for the very reason that there may be some sort of microorganism that we cannot deal with. Once it's land-based in an equatorial region, it will spread like wildfire. That's why we have designated a landing strip zone in an island that's basically been abandoned, right, and has nothing around it. Not because we're interested in being greedy. In fact, Russia will make its last proposal to the community as such, in that should we be afforded the opportunity to host the alien visitors, not only will we make all information available to all parties, we will put our house in order very quickly within the next subsequent months. We will turn off all agenda and activities on the Western Front that seems to consternate Western political agendas, and we will put our ethnic house in order internally, without committing human rights violations, as a show of good faith that we do intend on following through with our proposal and agenda to host the aliens. We feel that the site designated is a good quarantine site. We by no means offer any restrictions to the alien visitors. They are truly guests, but surely they will understand our concerns regarding microorganisms. As such, once the information is complete, and we have, assuming they land in our location, all the technological information will be shared. Obviously, there's no point in distributing the information through governmental channels. We will place it in the public hands for any and all to see in a triage order, so as to not have any deleterious consequences with information falling into radical hands. But that notwithstanding, we will not securitize or nationally place a national security protocol over the information as such. We understand other parties will not do that. They will compartmentalize this, and they will use this for their own advantage, with long precedent in history covering their actions in this regard with regards to alien communications.
Thank you. UN, I'm going to give you a +2 on your development program, which looks like it does succeed. And I'm going to give you an even roll on your equatorial global south landing plan, which fails catastrophically. Everybody, including Kenya, thinks this is a stupid idea and would like it to be somewhere else. So there are many landing proposals on the table, and the global south says this is just like the colonizers to try to put an undesirable event into our backyards. And you guys are just so predictable. Terrible, terrible people. All right. I'm going to draw the line under round 2. And we can go into the AAR. Is there anything, Joe, outstanding information that we need to contribute before we do that?
No. Normally, if we would have had time, I would have done like a real quick. Hey, what would your next move have been through each of the teams before we did the AAR? But I think pausing right here is probably the best idea, so we don't, in case we pick it up again. That's up to the Fight Club, but I think we hand it over to Jeff right now, and he can take the reins.
Take it away, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe and Dave. I sure appreciate that, and I concur. Normally, what we would do, guys, is we would ask each player team to describe their objectives and their red lines, so that they could tell us if they met their objectives, if they were able to protect their red lines. We'll save that for the second half of the game, which we'll conduct for those of you that are interested at some point in the near future. So what I'll do right now is just try to get a quick idea from it. And if any of you need to go, we know that we announced a 4:30, a 16:30 hard stop. If you have to go, feel free to drop. No requirement at all to stay. The first question I'll ask you is, did we get the administrative instructions out to you initially that were easy enough for you to understand so that you could join the Discord server and be enrolled into your team? Floor's open to any comments.
So I know I self-identified earlier as somebody who uses Discord a lot. I think one thing that could have been helpful is just maybe some screen grabs of where the different channels were, and like which buttons did which, like how to mute yourself or flip around. I know in our first kind of initial meet, I talked people through it on my end, but I take it for granted because I'm on here a lot.
Oh, that's very well taken. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead, please.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to jump in. My first time using Discord, I think it was good, but it could be improved in the sense of prep for those who have never used it. Some things I would recommend, like it would have been great if people could change their profile name to indicate that they were USA or whatever. That would have helped a lot. It also because we have an audio room like this, the round table, but there's also a chat function for this room. So initially, like our team USA was only like when we started. Oh, by the time we started round two, or we're well into round one, when we realized we had our own like chat room. So a little bit more help on the Discord would be good for those who've never used it.
Thank you, Ken. No, that's well said. I agree. We were a bit short in trying in getting out a set of instructions along with screen grabs. Go ahead.
What are you doing, my love? Bro.
Stop.
You're hot, Mike. Sorry.
I had a lot of discussion going on there for a minute. I'm tracking that. It's a very clear message. We can fix that for the next time. Because I found myself in the same boat. I used Discord occasionally, but when push came to shove, there were things I didn't know how to do, and it hindered the team I was Sherpaing, the U.S. team. So, and I'm seeing that right now. I saw a comment about dice. I'm limited to a single screen, so all I'm seeing is the chat pop up and then disappear on me. So the admin instructions were good, but what we need to improve upon is an introduction to the Discord, some way, shape, or form, either screen grabs, or we offer a social hour to come in sometime before the next round where we can show people what to expect. Is that correct?
I agree, that does work. But may I add one more thing?
Sure.
A suggestion, maybe like a YouTube or some kind of clear, like more visual direction on how the game works. For me and I guess one other person in the Russia group, it was kind of, we picked it up as we went, but it was still hard to see what we should be doing. We know we had to discuss. We know there's dice and chips, but we don't know like how things are ran. So a quick little introduction on like how the game runs, or a YouTube channel, a visual aid for some people. I'm great with visual aids. That would definitely help as well.
Hey, Jeff, and I think this is not your Fight Club hat. This is your AMSO hat. I think if you get a Matrix game and you run the game and you get the Army Training Resource Command to come to your location and film you going through a game, and you can create a tutorial video on how to do a Matrix game. The War College did one, but I can't find it anymore. Otherwise, I would have sent it out. But I think that it's a good valid point, an introductional video on how to actually play the game.
We may be able to get some assets from this session as well that would support something like that.
And I think that we can. The game today was being recorded. Peter Robbins, who's doing something else right now, is going to take it back and edit it. We'll see if maybe we can't even build a resource out of that. But yeah, it's something I can certainly do. Okay, I saw that from I just saw the comment about maybe a 30-minute session the day prior. Agreed all. Because it wasn't really until we were coming into round two before the gameism of Discord got out of the way and people started to really focus on their messaging, their arguments, and their counter arguments. As we move on to the next thing real quickly, your team instructions, did those make sense to you, your objectives and your red lines?
Without giving up your red lines and objectives.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Without giving them up, were they sufficient to get you going and to get you intellectually into your roles?
I'd say yes.
Absolutely.
The UN was
Yes,
very
yeah. Like I understood Russia's role. That was definitely appreciative.
Okay, great. Were the Sherpas helpful?
Very much so.
Yes.
If there were Sherpas for every group, that would be great.
There was one comment that said if there were Sherpas. I didn't hear the rest. I'm sorry.
We weren't able to have a full-time Sherpa they were stretched thin.
So you're Russia, right?
UN.
No,
No,
UN.
that was the UN,
UN.
and that was supposed to be
UN.
Major Moss. And my
That's
apologies
right.
for that. Major Moss is currently attending school, so just getting him in this was great. We tried to get another one, and we failed to get another one for the UN. And that, my apologies for that. We'll do better next time if we run
Yeah,
this distributed again. It's hard distributed, but
It
we
is.
understand the need to have one there.
Yeah, I agree. I was supposed to have been dropping between the UN and the US. And it was just one rock too many in the ruck. Again, because I'm still learning Discord. I was just having trouble keeping up with the team I was assigned to. So the UN, you guys got kind of shortchanged there. Not intentionally, but we'll fix that for the next time. Is there a broad interest in continuing the game through rounds 3 and beyond at a point in the future?
I'd say so. I'm pretty interested. This has been fun.
Yes, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've come to the second one.
And for those of you, most of you are strategists. Most of the players here are strategists in one form or another. Can you now conceptualize how a matrix game, if you leave the scenario of this game behind, can you see the potential of how you can use a matrix war game to discover something in your organization? I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I would
Yes,
think definitely.
absolutely.
I think the Matrix war games designed like this, or in person, I mean, are great for a lot of the challenges that strategists have, especially if you can bring in, I mean, just say for example, you work at Indo-PACOM and you're trying to understand first moves in a Taiwan scenario. I mean, if you actually brought in folks from commerce and from state, and then from your subordinate commands, you could play a really good matrix game just on understanding decision making and how people within your own organization would do. And if you were able to bring in those to play the adversaries, I think this would really help you on first moves.
Yeah, I think I think that I agree with what all of you just said. Sometimes a matrix game gets poo-pooed within the larger Army context. There's sometimes an acronym tossed out, BOGSAT, bunch of guys sitting around a table. If you don't design it right, and if you don't design the matrix game, if you don't build the matrix game to answer a question or a series of questions, then it's just a bunch of guys sitting around a table. That's not what you want. You want to put the same effort into the game as you would if you were building a command post exercise for a division that's getting after specific training objectives. But with the right people around the table, you bring in the expertise, like Ken says, either within your staff or you invite other governmental or non-governmental organizations in to run a game. You can discover a lot that will especially help the competition and crisis phase of the Army. So I would encourage you all to consider using a matrix game. There's a lot of resources that are available out there to you as far as design of a game, getting at your learning outcome for the game. And the Fight Club has a lot of resources that we can provide to you, not necessarily a game, but the intellectual resources that you would need to better understand how to build one on your own. And of course, there are members of the Fight Club that, time permitting, can help you build that as well. And they are great team building events. I agree. I just saw that comment. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got 1636 right now. I don't want to keep anyone for a great deal longer. It's been our privilege. It's been our privilege. I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. May I suggest one more thing?
Sure, go ahead, man.
I apologize for interrupting you. I really am sorry about that. I just turned my headphones on. My main thing too is like a network room, because I'm meeting a lot of people who have a lot more experience with the game and have interesting careers and pathways. It'd be nice to like, oh, this is what you do, and talk to them. Like a conference room 5 would be like network room. Or just talk to people who have an idea of how things work. That's sorry. Once again, I apologize.
No, that's fine. No, you didn't. I didn't give you guys the chance to throw in additional comments. That's more than fine, man. I'm going to shut up right now and let you guys throw out any other comments or input you want to provide to the group right now.
The only other thing I might suggest is some sort of note for the player who's going to be taking their turn first. I think you already brought up a couple of things. Like it did take a round to get used to Discord, but it also took a round to kind of really wrap our minds around what we were doing. And so we kind of started off being reactive, where I think if we had been more proactive with our strategy at the beginning, it would have we would have performed better, but it also would have gotten the game off to just a faster and more productive start.
So that's actually a good point. Would you suggest that maybe in the first round of a game like this, in which we know that the people are new, what we would want to do is almost tell, say, the U.S., these are the actions you can choose from one of these 3 actions. So now all you have to do is just research or come up with the arguments for that action, and then almost give you the way that you would build the action in your argument. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, great picture.
Some sort of script or like suggestions or something might go a long way. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
you could
example
give
actions?
suggestions and have it be more structured, I guess. But even or not, or you could let it be more open ended, but just make it clear to player one, like, hey, you might want to come up with a full strategy, and here's how you use your chits to support that. And looking through the materials now that I've seen it, I see what I can put that together. But I definitely didn't come in understanding that until the second player took it. By the time we got to the end of the first round, I did.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Other suggestions?
I love the graphic that was used to bring us all together for each of the roundtables. Any effort to improve that, whether it be just a way to keep better track of some of the chits being used, might allow us better to prepare to save chips for efforts that might come after our turn. Over.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. Other comments from the group? Well, if not, it's been on behalf of the Fight Club, it's been our privilege to support the Army Strategists Association with this game today. Frankly, I had a blast. And I'll work with Ken to get another date with Ken, Joe, and David to get another date on the calendar to pick it up at round 3, because the friction is starting to build. Final comments or input from anyone to anyone.
Hey, Jeff, this is just Joe. I want to just thank everybody. This is really the only second time I've seen a Matrix game done distributed, and it's definitely the largest group that I've ever seen in a Matrix game. And I think that the dialogue that was going on between the teams and outside the teams was fantastic. So I just want to thank all the players, because you guys gave me the opportunity to see this game done very well. So just thank you, Jeff, and thank you ASA for doing this game.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in from ASA and thank the developers of the game, thank everybody who came out, both from ASA, the Army strategists, and the ASU participants. I think this was fantastic. Looking forward to doing a lot more of it. I also want to thank Joel Garrison, who, ASA is one entity, Fight Club's another, and Joel has been the one that never likes to say much, but is always behind the scenes, kind of working
He
to
is,
make
yeah.
all these things happen. So a big thanks to Joel Garrison. Please, ASA folks, send us feedback to ASA if you'd like to do more of this, or if you have other ideas how ASA can help the community of Army strategists become better at wargaming, use wargaming to improve what we do. And for the folks at ASU, I'll be working with Alicia to bring more wargaming to Arizona State University's global security program. So again, thanks everybody.
Oh, one last thing for me. I know Arizona State has a campus, I think, in Northern Virginia. Is that correct, Ken?
We actually have a campus in DC.
In
so
DC.
we have the Sandra Day O'Connor building there in DC where I work out of.
The Georgetown University Wargaming Society is very, very, very active with in-person gaming. If you want, Ken, I can link you up with their faculty advisor, a guy named Sebastian Bay. I mean, you're both on the north side of the Potomac, and I think they do in-person games every Saturday.
They do, Jeff, and I'm an adjunct faculty at Georgetown, so I actually, Sebastian and I actually went through our orientation there together, and I'm just like in awe of what he's been able to do with the student body there, and I hope to build something similar at ASU. Even though ASU, we really do focus on getting this kind of knowledge out to a much broader group of people, and we love doing stuff online. So that's why this Discord piece is so awesome for us. This is how we have to run. Yeah, because we like to. Part of our charter is to make sure that our education is about who we include, not who we exclude. So this is really about getting this out to students around the country, not those that are able to get right into the, or not those that are able to, have the privilege of working in the national capital region. But yeah, definitely know Sebastian, great guy. Y'all should follow him on LinkedIn if you don't already.
And no, thank you very much. That was very well said. This is our first time using Discord this way. In my experience, the first time using Discord for a Matrix game. I think it went extremely well. We've learned a lot of lessons on how to make it better for the next time. And we're always standing by. There are Matrix games for days that people have in their back pocket that we could easily import here. That are strategic level, contemporary, modern, and distribution A. So that's a big thing when we're using Discord. So I'm looking forward to continuing to support Arizona State University. And the stream has ended. So thank you all very much for your participation and your support. I'll stand by here in case anyone has any final questions for me. But thank you all very much, and I hope you enjoy the remainder of your weekend.